Chapter 490. Inside the city, Qin Fengqing was fighting while bathed in blood. The aerial battle was too intense. Everyone was afraid of death, be it the catacombs humans or the earthlings. The battle in the air was extremely intense. These people could not just stand by and do nothing. Hence, almost all the middle-ranked martial artists in the city went to surround and kill Qin Fengqing. In the air, Fang Ping had also rushed over. The Sanjiao gate swayed in the void. Above, the chaos-vanquishing saber, the power of the golden bones and the power of heaven and earth gathered in an instant. When the saber slashed out, the sky and earth changed color. Clang, clang! In midair, the blade made a clanging sound, followed by the sound of glass shattering. The expression of the blood essence fusion expert in the distance changed drastically upon seeing this. Similarly, the Sanjiao gate appeared above his head. It was not only the Sanjiao gate. This person's entire body was intertwined with celestiality, similarly slashing toward Fang Ping's saber gleam. Rumble. In the instant that the two saber lights collided, an extremely dazzling and resplendent light resounded in the skies above Moon Laurel City. Armageddon. At the same time, Li Hansong let out a roar. The bridge of the heavens and earth crossed the sky, and the Sanjiao gate vaguely turned illusory as it floated in the air. Then he punched out with a giant golden fist. Wherever the fist light passed, everything was destroyed. Around them, some of the martial artists who were just about to surround them didn't even have time to react. When the two saber lights exploded and a fist shadow streaked across the sky, their torsos instantly exploded. At this moment, mournful wails rang out incessantly, and the entire Moon Laurel City was silent for a moment. Wang Jinyang was covered in blood as well. With a loud roar, the bridge of heaven and earth appeared. In the void, the bridge of heaven and earth turned into a bow instantly. A thick blood arrow that seemed as though it was going to pierce through the sky was formed instantly. In the blink of an eye, an arrow pierced through the void. Boom! Powerhouses who achieved mentality-vitality fusion were the strongest below high ranks. They were even known as quasi-grandmasters on Earth. Such an expert was not someone with an undeserved reputation. The first slash destroyed Fang Ping's saber glare. The second slash was unleashed in the blink of an eye, destroying Li Hansong's fist glare. As Wang Jinyang's blood arrow pierced through the air, this top powerhouse of Moon Laurel City roared angrily. His body instantly exploded with an incomparably powerful energy, and the void around him seemed to be frozen solid. The blood arrow collided with it, emitting a series of heaven-shaking explosions, but it was unable to advance an inch. "You think you can kill me?" In the air, the long-haired man's face was pale and his eyes were cold. The three people in front of him were indeed very strong, so strong that even he had suffered a small loss against them. He had no choice but to use his full strength, even damaging some of his foundation. Although powerhouses who achieved mentality-vitality fusion could condense celestiality, they had yet to reach rank 7, and their mentality was weak. When they unleashed their mentality would also be damaged, and it would be a huge hindrance for them to enter commander level. But at this moment, this person couldn't care less. These powerhouses from the land of rebirth had launched a sneak attack on Moon Laurel City. Apart from him, all the generals in the city had been killed. If he didn't kill these people, even he wouldn't be able to bear the wrath of the city lord when he returned, especially when he saw hundreds of people besieging a single person. Yet they were actually killed until blood flowed like a river. The long-haired man roared furiously, "Moon Laurel Army, kill that person! If this person doesn't die, all of you will." In the city, in the military camp, after a moment of silence, close to 1,000 warriors quickly rushed towards Qin Fengqing. Even if many of them were rank 1 and 2 martial artists, no one hesitated at this moment. The vice city lord was furious. If they didn't kill the enemy, they would really be executed. Just as the long-haired man gave the order to besiege and kill Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping and the other two attacked again. Boom! A tremor was not loud, but an explosive sound reverberated in their minds. The long-haired man's face paled. The frozen energy barrier around his body fluctuated a little, and in the blink of an eye, it was pierced through by the blood-colored long arrow. The long arrow pierced through the man's shoulder blade in an instant. Not far away, Fang Ping's face was also ghastly pale, bleeding from all 7 orifices, but he laughed. How arrogant! While this guy was blocking the attacks of 3 people, he actually had the leisure to give the order to besiege and kill Qin Fengqing. Did he really think that they were vegetarians? You're asking for it. The long-haired man was furious too. Amidst his rage, there was a hint of fear. These land of rebirth martial artists were indeed valiant and unafraid of death. Self-destructing immortal. The so-called immortal was mentality. In that moment, Fang Ping self-destructed his own mentality. In the long-haired man's eyes, this was unimaginable. Although he was shocked, the long-haired man did not resign himself to death. With a roar, the Sanjiao Gate became more realistic. In an instant, the first gate opened completely. Boom! Monstrous energy gushed out from the Sanjiao Gate, surging into the man's body. In an instant, the other party's aura skyrocketed. Fang Ping cursed furiously. Mother asterisk her. This was not going according to plan. This guy was not seriously injured and on the verge of death. Yet he had activated the Sanjiao Gate directly. For a peak rank 6 powerhouse, the Sanjiao Gate had already been completely sealed. If he attacked with all his might now, it would no longer affect his combat strength. However, it did not mean that the other party could not activate the Sanjiao Gate. It was just unnecessary. However, once the Sanjiao Gate was opened, it meant that the other party had an uninterrupted supply of energy. At this moment, his combat strength would continue to skyrocket. However, once the Sanjiao Gate was opened, even if the other party had achieved mentality-vitality fusion, his vitality would still be greatly damaged afterward. The long-haired man activated the first gate. His aura reached its peak in an instant, the Changdao in his hand slashing toward Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang did not take the attack head-on. Upon seeing the situation, he shifted his feet hurriedly. Boom! As soon as he moved, the saber glow exploded at the place where he had just been. The sharp saber glow overflowed, and the buildings below collapsed one after another. At this moment, Fang Ping and Li Hansong had already attacked. The long-haired man brandished his saber, and a powerful power of the world burst out. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were covered in blood as they flew back. So powerful! Li Hansong was not arrogant at all now. The other party was so powerful. His semi-golden body was still fine after being slashed countless times by Li Fei last time. After that, it had strengthened a little. Now, however, it was badly mutilated by the other party's slash. Fang Ping, on the other hand, let out a roar. His golden bones were extremely dazzling. So what if you achieved mentality-vitality fusion? Fang Ping growled. The saber glow on the chaos-vanquishing saber pierced through heaven and earth. Some martial artists who rushed over from afar were instantly killed by the saber glow. Emperor Slayer! A roar of Emperor Slayer was heard. In the void, a faintly discernible silhouette appeared. The silhouette was instantly slashed in half, blood splattering all over the void. The saber phenomenon. The Emperor was slain. Celestial Slayer? Wang Jinyang exclaimed in surprise. Fang Ping's saber technique had indeed achieved full mastery. Celestial Slayer was a saber technique created by Zhang Dingnan himself. Zhang Dingnan's ability might not be too powerful, but that was only in terms of rank. Among the same rank, his combat strength was extremely strong. He had killed a rank 7 powerhouse before. The chaos-vanquishing saber had once tasted the fresh blood of a rank 7 powerhouse. As for the Celestial Slayer series of saber techniques, it was Zhang Dingnan's painstaking work. Its explosive power was also extremely strong. Right now, Fong Ping's saber phenomenon also meant that Celestial Slayer had achieved full mastery. What are you shouting for? Kill him first! Fong Ping roared. Old Wang was such a calm person. It was just a saber phenomenon. What was there to be surprised about? A powerhouse who achieved mentality-vitality fusion was really too strong. Wang Jinyang was only surprised for a moment. It did not delay his action. When Fong Ping attacked, Wang Jinyang also let out a roar and slashed with his saber. There were also some strange phenomena that appeared with this slash. It was not like Fong Ping's phenomenon where the emperor's silhouette was slashed. Instead, it was the silhouette of a Changdao slashing continuously. 100 saber slash. On the other side, Li Hansong was also going all out. His entire body shone with golden light, waving his fists wildly at the other party. In the sky, the phenomenon appeared, illuminating the entire black void. The long-haired, middle-aged man also began to go all out. With a furious roar, above his head, the second door opened instantly. At this moment, the other party's aura skyrocketed again. Even his mentality suppression was released. Boom! The deafening roar collapsed countless buildings below. Countless ordinary residents and low-ranked martial artists were killed instantly by the sound waves. A battle between high ranks could even kill rank 5 and 6 powerhouses. Although Fong Ping and the rest were not high ranks, under the battle of life and death, the aftershock force was also extremely strong. Not far away, a large number of martial artists who were besieging Qin Fengqing died instantly. Seeing this scene, Qin Fengqing laughed wildly and roared, "Fight this way. Don't waste it. Destroy all of them." At this moment, Qin Fengqing's body was riddled with wounds, but he did not care. Under his feet, there were already corpses everywhere. In this short period of time, Qin Fengqing had killed more than 50 martial artists. They were all middle ranks. Even a few of them were rank 5 martial artists. Tianan City. At this moment, Tianan City had completely disappeared. Only the vortex passageway was left. Outside the passageway, at this moment, dozens of Grandmaster powerhouses were on high alert, preventing the catacombs' martial artists from ambushing. Since they entered during the day, hundreds of high-ranked powerhouses were fighting, and the battle had not stopped until now. Rank 9 powerhouses were still fighting in front. However, some rank 7 and 8 martial artists had already retreated to recuperate, waiting for the next battle. On one side of the passageway, Lu Fengru glanced at Wu Quishan. At this moment, Wu Quishan's chest was pierced through. His golden flesh was squirming, but the wound could not heal. After staring for a while, Lu Fengru said coldly, "Idiot!" Wu Quishan smiled and said nothing. After killing 2 rank 8 powerhouses earlier, he forced his way into the rank 9 battlefield and fought with a rank 9 city lord for a while. Zhang Weiyu took the opportunity to kill another rank 9, making the situation more favorable for the humans. However, he was not a rank 9 after all. The city lord powerhouses were not weak either. The other party and another rank 9 teamed up to fight Zhang Weiyu and did not lose. This proved his strength. Although Wu Quishan was strong, he was only a rank 8. When both sides fought until Zhang Weiyu killed another person, Wu Quishan's golden body was almost destroyed. Although he did not die, a lot of his imperishable substance was worn out. If Zhang Weiyu did not come back in time, he would have been killed. Lu Fengru called him an idiot and also scolded him for overestimating himself by participating in a rank 9 battle. Beside her, Chun Yaoting, who was also covered in wounds that could not be healed, laughed and said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu's combat strength is unparalleled. If not for Vice-Chancellor Wu's timely rescue, I would have lost this old life of mine. Now, the other party has lost another rank 9. The chances of winning this battle are getting bigger and bigger. Vice-Chancellor Wu's contribution cannot go unnoticed." Wu Quishan blocked a rank 9 as a rank 8. He was also a rank 9 powerhouse, buying time and opportunity for Zhang Weiyu and the rest. The rank 9 who was killed also had half of Wu Quishen's credit. Lu Fengru did not say anything. Wu Quishen exhaled softly and said, "Now, both sides have 11 rank 9s. From the looks of it, we have a bigger advantage. I'm just afraid that those rank 9s who stayed behind will attack again." The catacombs sent out 15 rank 9s this time. 3 were killed, and the peacock monster escaped. The 15 were not all Tianan catacombs rank 9 powerhouses. There were still a few city lords who did not come. Some guardian monster plants and monsters were also guarding their nests and did not come. It was unknown whether they did not want to come, or felt that there was no need to come, or perhaps they just wanted to be their own king and did not care about the orders of the restricted areas. However, when the catacombs was in a crisis, these people might still attack again. As for human powerhouses, there were only so many of them. One dead meant one less. There was no way to send reinforcements from the outside. A worried look flashed across Chen Yaoting's eyes. "Soon," he said, "it's useless to worry now. General Zhang and the rest have already started to break out of the encirclement. They're ready to attack the rear and disrupt their nests. As long as some of them retreat, we'll do our best to kill a group of them. Then we'll clear them slowly." Difficult. Wu Quishen shook his head and sighed. It's too difficult to break out of the encirclement. Almost all the rank 8s are targeted. As for the rank 7s, even if 1 or 2 of them break out, it won't be of much use. There are still some rank 7 and 8 martial artists guarding the various cities. There's no way to attack into the cities at all. Chen Yaoting was silent. If more people broke out of the encirclement, then it would be dangerous here. If there were less, not to mention whether they could break out of the encirclement, even if they did, they might not be able to make any impact. As the two of them were talking, a rank 7 martial artist beside them laughed. Didn't Fong Ping and the other brats leave? Will they lure some monsters from the Forbidden Lands to attack the city this time? If they can do it again this time, then they'll earn big. Lu Fengru said exasperatedly, "Don't even think about it." Those fellows were not high-ranked. Even if the catacombs' powerhouses found out that these people had left, they would not care too much. That was why, when they left earlier, they were not stopped at all. However, counting on a few rank 5 and 6 martial artists to cause any big changes was just a casual remark. Everyone knew about the incident in the Magic City catacombs previously. It was just a coincidence that they encountered the monsters' internal strife. As they were chatting, Wu Quishen suddenly looked into the distance and frowned slightly. There seems to be a battle erupting over there. It's not in our war zone. Battle? Our people. The few of them were a little surprised. The powerhouses who came this time were all nearby at this moment. The catacombs' powerhouses were also sealing off the perimeter, ready to fight them to the end. A battle erupting inside the catacombs. Was it an internal strife or a battle between normal monsters and catacombs' martial artists? However, Wu Quishen could feel it from so far away. The intensity of the battle was definitely not low. A typical rank 6 might not even be sensed by him from so far away. Although they were surprised, they did not think too much about it. At this time, the people who stayed here were all injured martial artists. After their injuries recovered a little, they still had to continue fighting at the front line. As for what was happening inside the catacombs, they could not be bothered. It would be best if the monsters really attacked the city. Laurel City. The battle had already gone on for 7 to 8 minutes. At this moment, Fong Ping and the rest were no longer fighting in midair. Instead, they had landed inside the city and were fighting madly. At this moment, countless buildings in Laurel City had collapsed. There were countless deaths and injuries. There were wails everywhere. Thousands of guards had also suffered heavy casualties from the aftermath of their battle. In the distance, Qin Fengqing's face was deathly pale. His body was covered in blood. It was unknown whether it was his enemies or his own. Panting heavily, Qin Fengqing, who previously clamored about destroying the city today, was now wailing, "Help!" He could not kill anymore. There were too many people. At this stage of the battle, Laurel City's martial artists had also gone crazy. There were even some rank 5 martial artists carrying out suicidal attacks on Fong Ping's side. It was even more difficult on his side. A large number of low-ranked martial artists were charging and killing at the front, depleting his stamina and vitality force. At the back, a group of middle-ranked martial artists had even transported a siege crossbow and were shooting at him. This thing was usually not very useful. At this time, however, it was extremely dangerous. He was surrounded. The giant crossbow bolts were filled with powerful energy. When the crossbow bolts were fired, even Qin Fengqing did not dare to take them head-on. He would be shot and exploded. The giant crossbow bolts were fired continuously. At this moment, these guards did not care about what happened to the residents. When the crossbow bolts were fired, if they did not hit Qin Fengqing, they would often shoot and destroy countless houses. Countless residents died at their own hands. The catacombs' night was too dark. Even if there was an energy lighthouse in the city, the battle with Fong Ping and the rest had already destroyed the lighthouse. At this moment, in the dark, martial artists below upper stage rank 3 could hardly see anything. Laurel City suffered extremely heavy casualties, not only those who were killed by the aftermath of the battle, but also many low-ranked martial artists. In the chaos, in order to protect themselves, they would attack anyone who approached them without mercy. At this moment, in the huge Laurel City, there was not a single place that was not fighting. Qin Fengqing was shouting for help, but Fong Ping and the rest had no time to care. At this moment, Fong Ping and the other 2 were covered in wounds. Li Hansong's defense was slightly stronger than Fong Ping's, but he was the most heavily injured. His golden body had already dimmed. Not far away, the long-haired man was also pale. He stood with his saber, trembling all over. Seeing that Fong Ping and the rest were already powerless, the long-haired man laughed mournfully. "Forcing me to break 3 divine gates. All of you deserve to die." Up until this point in the battle, this person had even opened the last gate. However, although the opening of the last life gate allowed his injuries to recover rapidly, it also consumed a large amount of vitality. This time, aside from the opening of 3 gates, a lot of vitality had been lost. His path to a high rank was also about to be completely severed. Seeing that some rank 5 martial artists around him were slowly approaching, and the long-haired man was also approaching with his saber, Li Hansong, who was already exhausted, whined, "Stop playing. Kill him quickly. I can't hold on much longer." Fong Ping panted heavily, complaining, "I'm not playing anymore. Can't you let me catch my breath and rest for a while?" Vitality and mentality could be replenished, but the battle was so intense that he would also be tired. Right now, his entire body was extremely sore. Seeing that the people from Laurel City were approaching, Fong Ping took a deep breath and cursed, "You can really take a beating. You're still alive, but if you want to kill me, you're still too young." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping's vitality and mentality were instantly restored to their peak. Without another word, Fong Ping's saber swept horizontally. Pft, pft. A series of splashes of blood could be heard. The martial artists who had stepped forward were instantly sliced in half at the waist. The long-haired man took a step back, a glint of resentment and despair flashing across his eyes. Again, such a scene had already happened many times. Every time he thought that the other party had exhausted his strength, the other party would soon be full of vigor again. Just now, he had already given it his all, smashing Fong Ping's flesh and blood. He thought that he was really out of strength this time. He did not expect the other party to come again. Why? The long-haired man's face was full of indignation and anger. Why did it turn out like this? Fong Ping would not answer him, continuing to roar, "Slay Emperor!" The phenomenon appeared again. In the air, the phantom's blood splattered, dyeing the void red. The long-haired man used his saber to block, but it was somewhat powerless and he kept retreating. Fong Ping's eyes flashed with joy. He quickly wielded his saber and charged forward, shouting "Slay Emperor" continuously. One slash followed by another, slash followed by another. Initially, when he slashed with all his strength, the long-haired man still had the strength to fight back. Earlier, he could still defeat Fong Ping's attack. However, at this time the other party's mentality was already exhausted, and energy in his body was also depleted. The Sanjiao Gate could no longer provide energy. At this moment, facing Fong Ping, who was in perfect condition, a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion, although his physique was extremely strong, was still slashed until his bones were broken, blood splattering from his mouth. At this moment, the long-haired man no longer wanted to fight. Fong Ping slashed again, and the other party used flight, stepped to escape. Before he could rise into the air, Fong Ping's mentality exploded again. Having exhausted his mentality, he could no longer resist at this moment. His vision went black. The next moment, Fong Ping's saber slashed, and his head fell to the ground. This time, Fong Ping was also slightly exhausted. He half knelt on the ground, panting violently. So hard to kill. In order to kill this guy, he did not know how much wealth he had used, how many times he had replenished his vitality force and mentality. A powerhouse who achieved mentality-vitality fusion deserved to be called a quasi-high rank. Fong Ping roughly understood now. In a one-on-one fight, he was still slightly weaker than mentality-vitality fusion. Even if he used all his trump cards, he could still fight the other party for a while. It was extremely difficult to kill the other party. This time he could kill this person because Li Hansong and Wang Jinong had put in a lot of effort, blocking the other party a few times, giving Fong Ping time. But a typical peak rank 6 martial artist is no match for me. Fong Ping weighed in his heart. If a typical peak rank 6 encountered him, the probability of being killed by him was very high. Martial artists who achieved mentality-vitality fusion might not be his match, even if they were slightly weaker. There are not many martial artists who achieved mentality-vitality fusion. On the Sino Nation rank 6 ranking list, only the top 20 or so have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. The rest have only sealed their Sanjiao Gate. Fong Ping was still thinking about this. Beside him, Wang Jinyang spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. If you don't help, he's going to die. Fong Ping turned his head to take a look. At this moment, not far away, Qin Fengqing had already been surrounded in a small area. The guards were also in a killing frenzy, attacking him continuously in a suicidal manner. This guy was still shouting help, but his shouting sounded a little weak. When Fong Ping saw the scene, he was speechless. This guy was the one who shouted the fiercest just now. If he did not insist on destroying the city, the other party might not have fought to the death. Serves him right. At this moment, countless guards had died. Logically speaking, with this kind of casualty rate, they should have collapsed. In the end, Qin Fengqing insisted on using the catacombs' language to shout, "Destroy the city." As he shouted and shouted, the other party did not retreat anymore. Instead, they killed until their eyes were red, and they began to fight with their lives. Although he said that, Fong Ping did not delay. His saber swept out. In the air, another phenomenon appeared. This time the power was greater. The emperor's virtual image appeared. Blood spurted, filling the void with the color of blood. All the martial artists who came into contact with the blood exploded instantly. This blood was not real blood, but Fong Ping's vitality force. With his ability, killing these martial artists who were below rank 5 was not too difficult. After a while, corpses were everywhere. The few remaining martial artists also began to flee. Some of them had already seen the long-haired man's head. The deputy city lord was dead. Fong Ping could not be bothered to chase after him. He panted and said, "Start packing up immediately. Everyone split up. Gather at the residence of the city lord later." Wang Jinyang struggled to get up. Seeing that Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong were rushing to snatch things, he sighed and said, "Didn't we agree to capture someone alive for questioning?" The few of them stopped in their tracks. Fang Ping coughed softly. As he walked, he said, "There are still many people in the city. I'll go to the residence of the city lord and capture a few to interrogate." After saying that, Fang Ping left immediately. Chapter 491. 10 minutes later, everyone gathered in the house of Castellan. At this moment, the house of Castellan was quiet and empty. Qin Fengqing was carrying a huge bag. When he saw this scene, he said in a daze, "What did you do to the house of Castellan? Such a big place was empty." Fang Ping sighed. "When I came, many people ran away with their things." "You get lost." Qin Fengqing cursed and said impatiently, "Are you kidding me? The middle ranks are almost all killed. The 3 lower ranks can't even see the way out. The city is in chaos now. Where can they run?" Fang Ping did not say anything. He stared at him for a while, rubbing his chin. "Speaking of which, you're really awesome. I have to give it to you. You've become a fountain. You didn't even delay when you were looting." At this moment, Qin Fengqing was really about to become a fountain. There were countless wounds all over his body. There was even a saber mark on his big bald head. His head was almost cut open. Yet, this guy still had the energy to loot. Qin Fengqing snorted softly. "Of course." Fang Ping did not say much. He put his bag into his storage space, as well as the things that Li Hansong and the other person were carrying. After that, Fang Ping carried the 2 of them and walked out. Qin Fengqing saw this and said reluctantly, "You're leaving just like that?" It was not easy to kill all the middle ranks in the city. At this moment, there were still many good things in the city, almost all for them to loot. If they really looted this kind of small city with more than 100,000 people, it would be no worse than digging a small energy mine. "Then you stay," Fang Ping said as he walked. "If you don't leave, we'll have to start running again." "I thought you didn't come back?" "I'll be back in a while." As Fang Ping said that, he waved his hand. Many high-ranked energy stones appeared on the ground. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing swallowed and said, "There's no need to waste it." He knew what Fang Ping was going to do. Blow up the house of Castellan. There's a small energy mine under the house of Castellan, but the high-ranked ones have all been dug out. There's only some low-ranked ones left. There's no time to dig them, and I'm too lazy to dig them. I'll get some high-ranked energy stones and blow up this mine. Fang Ping continued, "Let's go. When it explodes later, the low-grade energy ores below will also cause a chain reaction. If they explode, Laurel City will be more or less destroyed." With such a huge commotion, the high-ranked powerhouses in front should have sensed it too. "Let's get further away first." Li Hansong casually ate a medicinal herb, gnawing on it like a carrot. As he walked, he said, "So you're going to run again?" "No, it's a strategic retreat." After Fang Ping finished speaking, Qin Fengqing stared at Li Hansong for a while and could not help but scold him. "Tai Tu, where did you get the blue moon radish? This thing is worth a few hundred credits. Did you just eat it like a carrot?" Li Hansong curled his lips and said, "I'm too heavily injured and need to eat some nourishment. Do you think I'm as stingy as you? At most. I'll deduct it from my share later. Be careful not to bleed to death." Qin Fengqing was about to bleed to death, and he still had the time to care about what he ate. Speaking of which, the jade moon radish was really delicious when eaten raw. The taste is not bad. He had never done such a thing in his life. If moon radish could be refined into pills, she could at least refine a few middle-grade pills. Fang Ping could not be bothered with them and continued throwing energy stones. As he threw them, he released his mentality on them, saying with some heartache, "It's a pity that bombs can't be used. Using high-ranked energy stones as bombs is such a waste." A waste was a waste. Fang Ping felt that it was still necessary to blow up Laurel City. If the small underground mineral vein was blown up, half of Laurel City would be gone. With such a huge commotion, it would definitely attract high-rank city lords, maybe even a few of them. This could also be considered contributing to the front line. Even Fong Ping, who was rich and overbearing, felt that it was a waste. Not to mention the others. Even Wang Jinyang stared at these high-ranked energy stones, his heart aching slightly. Even NMAU's inventory did not have so many. Fong Ping continued throwing energy stones. As he threw them, he bombarded the ground, revealing the small underground mineral vein. A small city like this also had an energy mineral vein. However, it was usually not too big. It was about the same size as the one occupied by the hedgehog beast last time. Moreover, there was no rank 9 tutelary monster plant in the city. Under normal circumstances, there would not be any sustainable development. They would dig out all the high-ranked energy stones first, but leave the low-ranked ones behind. He also threw some into the exposed mineral vein. Fong Ping was still preparing to blow it up when Qin Fengqing came over and asked, "Fong Ping, did you get a lot this time?" "Average. That the energy stones that you used as bombs, who do they belong to?" "Public share." Qin Fengqing looked helpless. This guy threw quite a lot. If this was a public share, he would only get 10%. Wouldn't that be even less? Fong Ping ignored him. After fiddling for a while, he said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping rose into the air and flew out using flight step. The other 3 hurriedly followed. Seeing the chaos in the city, wailing everywhere, Fong Ping and the others did not say a word. War was just so cruel. There were still more than 100 grandmasters fighting a bloody battle at the front line. They were also protecting the humans on the surface. Otherwise, there would be no need to guard the passageway. Since the catacombs' powerhouses did not protect them, then they could not blame them for exaggerating. They had just flown a short distance when Fong Ping detonated his mentality. Boom! Earth-shattering explosions resounded, one after another, one after another. A moment later, it became a continuous, rumbling sound. The city lord's mansion was reduced to ashes in an instant. The ground nearby collapsed and countless houses collapsed. Wails and cries of pain came from the city at the back. In the distance, the roars of monsters could be heard. Without the powerhouses holding the fort, without the protection of the rank 9 guardian monster plants aura, these monsters also saw an opportunity. The reason why every city or town could be free from monsters' attacks was because the rank 9 monster plant would grant these human gathering places an energy stone that was filled with its own aura and pressure. In other words, it was the huge lighthouse energy stone in the city. At this moment, the huge energy stone had been taken away by Fong Ping and kept in the storage space. Without the rank 9 monster plant's aura and pressure to intimidate, blood flowed like a river in Moon Osmantha City. For monsters, this was the best place to feed. When he saw countless monsters' auras rising and attacking Moon Osmantha City at the back, Fong Ping sighed. This city is finished. Even if there were powerhouses rushing over, it would be too late. There were not even a few middle ranks in the city. The 3 lower ranks martial artists were running around like blind people in the city. Once the monsters attacked, they could not even defend themselves. On this night, this small city was truly heading towards destruction. Wang Jinyang turned his head to take a look and said calmly, "We didn't start the war." Qin Fengqing sneered. "Hard to say. Old Wang, are you sure that the war was started by the catacombs? The Monster Plant clan has always been looking for the seed of rebirth. Say, do you think it's because our ancestors snatched their seed of rebirth back then? That's why they're so desperate to invade Earth?" Fong Ping had heard of the seed of rebirth and mentioned it to a few people before. However, they were not too clear about this. They only knew that the Monster Plant clan was looking for this thing. The explosions behind him were continuous. Fong Ping said while flying in the air, "Who cares? Even if the ancestors really snatched it, That's the ancestors' business. If they're so capable, they can fight the ancestors. At least our few generations of martial artists have no intention of initiating an attack. Nobody knows what the Seed of Rebirth is. Even the powerhouses of the Monster Plant clan don't know what this thing is. How are they going to find it? If it's really useless, we can just throw it to the catacombs. But the other party can't tell us anything. They kill anyone they see. If they do this, don't blame us for retaliating. The Seed of Rebirth! Qin Fengqing pressed the hole in his chest that was still bleeding and said with a smile, "Say, what do you think the Seed of Rebirth is? Could it be related to you guys who died and resurrected? When the catacombs martial artists enter Earth and are not killed by vitality, they can still be resurrected. What's the reason for that? Also, they keep talking about resurrection. I've never encountered it even once. Where do they resurrect? Don't tell me they resurrect in the restricted area." "I don't know." Fang Ping shook his head. Li Hansong thought for a while and said, "Indeed, they resurrect in the restricted area. But to say resurrect, actually, CCMAU only knows that a few rank 9 martial artists have resurrected before. As for the other middle and low-ranked martial artists, on one hand, there are very few who rush to the ground. On the other hand, we're not sure if they resurrected. However, it's true that rank 9 resurrected. Back then, when CCMAU was established, everyone knows why it was established, right?" Fang Ping nodded and said yes. In 1920, the Northwest Catacombs opened. The third catacombs in Sino Nation opened. There was a huge earthquake and hundreds of thousands of people were killed or injured. After that, CCMAU was established and martial artists officially walked to the forefront. This was what Bai Ruoshi told Fang Ping when he first learned about the catacombs in the catacombs course. Li Hansong heard this and said it was that time. When the Northwest Catacombs opened that time, there were so many casualties. It was because powerhouses rushed out and a big battle broke out. At that time, martial arts universities had not yet been established. Some sect powerhouses, including the government powerhouses and maybe even Star City powerhouses, joined forces and suppressed that riot. Even so, there were still heavy casualties. However, the few rank 9 powerhouses who rushed out that time all died in the end. Some were killed by our powerhouses. Some committed suicide when they saw that they were no match for the enemy. As for the few rank 9s who committed suicide, not long after, they reappeared in the Northwest Catacombs and are still alive until now. That's why humans know that powerhouses in the catacombs can be resurrected. Li Hansong took a deep breath and said, "Actually, there are very few middle and low-ranked catacombs martial artists who rush to the surface. Most of them are captured by us. Moreover, there's no obvious evidence whether these people have been resurrected after they died or not. However, the resurrection of rank 9 martial artists is a real fact." Wang Jinyang frowned and said, "What's the principle behind their resurrection?" Li Hansong shook his head and said, "I don't know. CCMAU is not sure about this either." Fang Ping pondered and said, "Could it be related to the Seed of Rebirth? Perhaps when these catacombs powerhouses came to Earth, they were actually affected by the Seed of Rebirth. I don't know. The few of them knew nothing about this. Who knew what the reason was?" Fang Ping frowned slightly. Then, without another word, he shot out suddenly. Qin Fengqing and the rest were not surprised. They fled quickly. It was time to run. It seemed that some of the high-ranked powerhouses had started to return. If they did not leave now, they would be chopped to death. Tian'an City, at the passageway entrance. Nan Yuniwe returned injured, covered in blood. As soon as she landed, Nan Yuniwe said, "Something seems to have happened in Rose City. If I remember correctly, it's in the direction of Moon Laurel City. The city seems to have been breached." Wu Quishan had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Nan Yunue suddenly looked at Wu Quishan and said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, Fang Ping and the rest have come in, right?" "Yes." "Where are they?" that they said they went to look for Zhang Qingnan. Look for Zhang Qingnan? Nan Yunue sneered. I think they went to look for trouble. These bastards. Are they really not afraid of death? There are still high-ranked martial artists in Rose City who haven't left the city. They're not too far from Moon Laurel City. The breaching of Moon Laurel City might have something to do with these brats. Upon hearing that, Lu Fengru said with some disbelief. Minister Wang said Fang Ping and the rest went in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. Nan Yunue glanced at her. After a while, she said, You don't know this student of yours very well. There's no point in saying more. Let them be. Moon Laurel City has been breached and 2 rank 7 martial artists have left. Whether it's because of them or not, it's still a good thing. Although rank 7 martial artists could not affect the entire battle situation at this moment, 1 less person counted. 2 people left. This was also a good thing. Nan Yunue said no more and began to heal her injuries. This battle had been fighting since the day until now. They had killed 3 rank 9 martial artists on the opposite side, and she alone had killed 2 big rank 9 monsters. Despite her outstanding battle achievements, Nan Yunue was also heavily injured. She had just forcefully injured the rank 9 martial artist on the opposite side. Both sides had retreated. Now, it was a matter of who recovered faster. If Nan Yunue recovered her injuries first and then charged over, with her combat strength, she might be able to kill another rank 9. Then, she would have a chance of winning. Nan Yunue began to heal her injuries. Beside her, Wu Quishan shook his head gently and sighed. Forget about going to the affiliated city. These brats better not go to the royal city. There's still some high-ranked martial artists in the royal city. It's too dangerous. At this time, Wu Quishan was also sure that it was most likely Fang Ping and the rest who did it. Other than them, most people would not be able to do it. Or rather, they could not do it. If a rank 7 martial artist had made a move and caused such a huge commotion, it would be easier to detect. On the contrary, a rank 6 martial artist would not attract much attention. Lu Fengru raised her eyebrows slightly. She muttered, It's really them? Probably. Wu Quishan glanced at her and chuckled. For the past 2 years, you've been in closed-door cultivation most of the time. You don't know much about him. This brat can't stay idle. It's too dangerous, Lu Fengru sighed. That brat's guts were extraordinarily plump. Laurel City was not too far away. He had actually breached the other party's city. She wondered if he had escaped now. Without saying anything more, Lu Fengru carried her saber and walked out. She had almost recovered. Seeing that Lu Fengru had left, Wu Quishan did not delay and quickly followed. Although his injuries were extremely serious, it was not a problem for him to hold Lu Fengru back. At the same time, Fang Ping and the rest escaped from Laurel City. They were nearly 100 li away from the city and found a small hill to hide. In a small cave that reeked of blood, a wild boar monster beast lay dead on the side. Wang Jinyang looked at the 2 unconscious catacombs martial artists on the ground. Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong stared at Fang Ping a little expectant. Interrogate them. Calculate the spoils of war. The few of them spoke almost at the same time. Wang Jinyang said he wanted to interrogate them. Qin Fengqing and Li Hansong both said they wanted to divide the spoils. After Li Hansong finished speaking, his face flushed slightly. He coughed dryly and said, Interrogate them first. The spoils of war can wait. Li Hansong was a little embarrassed. He glared at Qin Fengqing. This brat was leading him astray again. Qin Fengqing was a little gloomy from the glare. Mother ***, why are you glaring at me? You said it yourself. I didn't force you. Fang Ping smiled and said, Calculate the spoils of war first. Otherwise, everyone will be distracted and think about these things. Wang Jinyang did not say much. He nodded and said sure. Fang Ping calculated for a while and said, Energy ores are the bulk. According to the grading in Startown City, rank 9 is about 30 caddies. The other grades are about 500 caddies. When he said that, the few of them were a little excited. Fong Ping smiled and said, "Let's calculate according to MCMAU's buyback price. 1 gram of rank 9 is about 600,000. 1 caddy is 300 million. Rank 9 is about 10 billion. Although there are a lot of other grades, their value is low too. It's about 10 billion. These are energy ores. They're worth about 20 billion. Gulp, Qin Fengqing swallowed hard. Even if he only got 10%, just the energy ores alone would be worth at least 2 billion. There were also many other things. There's a treasure trove in the house of City Lord. There are many weapons in there too. Their value is not low. There are more than 10 A-class weapons. In addition, there are also many B-class and C-class weapons. There are hundreds of them. There are also many low-class weapons. If we calculate it all, 5 billion is the minimum. At this moment, even Wang Jinyang was a little restless. Fong Ping did not finish. He said, "Also, there are many energy fruits in the treasure trove, including the ones we seized from other rank 6. It's worth at least 5 billion in total." "It's already 30 billion? Qin Fengqing took a deep breath. Robbing cities was indeed the most profitable business. Fong Ping chuckled. "Not only that, there are also many other things, including some books, monster cores, fur, and other miscellaneous things. They're worth about 5 billion. 35 billion. Fong Ping smiled. "That's about it." As he said that, Fong Ping added, "But before I left, I personally took out a lot of rank 9 energy ores to use as bombs. This has to be deducted first." "Deduct 2 billion, Qin Fengqing said hurriedly. "It's not as much as 7 caddies, right?" Fong Ping glanced at him and said impatiently, "Nonsense. Does my mentality, self-destruct, not count as money?" Qin Fengqing was speechless. It seemed to be true. Other than Fong Ping, no one else could do this. "If that's the case, then it's about 33 billion. Fong Ping smiled. "Ironhead and Brother Wang, both of you will get 6 billion each." As for Qin Fengqing, Fong Ping looked at him for a while and smiled. "I won't deduct from you, but you owe me 3 billion. Together with this year's interest, that's 3 billion. It's just enough to offset." Qin Fengqing's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, "I've already signed a 100-year slave contract. Now you want me to repay the debt?" Fong Ping grinned. "It's fine if you don't return it. I'll help you keep the things for now. I'll charge a 10% storage fee. I'll take it that you've deposited 3 billion with me. When we get back, I'll give it to you. How about that?" 10%. Qin Fengqing's face turned green again. Then he asked in slight disbelief, "You didn't hide anything?" Fong Ping humphed. "Do you think I'm you? Since we've agreed to share more with me, I'll take 50%. Naturally, I won't joke around with the things that everyone risked their lives for. I said 35 billion worth of things. That's how much it is. I, Fong Ping, won't go so far as to ruin my reputation for such a small amount of money." "Small amount of money?" Beside him, Wang Jinyang coughed softly. Li Han-song continued hammering his head. Was this a small amount of money? According to Fong Ping's distribution, if he took 50%, then he would have 17. 5 billion worth of gains this time. If he charged a storage fee or something, the final gain would be about 20 billion. Was this considered a small amount of money? How much did the Education Ministry allocate to MCMAU every year? At the moment, MCMAU was still the school with the highest allocation. As for NMAU, it was only a few billion every year. It was not even as much as Wang Jinyang's share this time. When Wang Jinyang thought of this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed softly. "Last time, when you gave me a caddy of rank 9 energy stones, I felt that I took advantage of you. It was just a battle. Now that I think about it, maybe I should eat from the rich and ask for more. Fong Ping, this fellow, was so rich that there was no end to it. Fong Ping did not continue the conversation. He said with a smile, even brothers should settle accounts clearly. You guys have to calculate the storage fee too. After calculating it, you and Tai Tu will each take 6 billion. Qin Fengqing will take 3 billion, and the rest will be mine. What does everyone say? Sure, I have no objections. This time, Fong Ping was still the leader. Whether it was killing those rank SIXS or killing that powerhouse who achieved mentality-vitality fusion, he was the main force. Without Fong Ping, even if they destroyed the city, they would not be able to bring so many things away. If that was the case, it was only logical that Fong Ping would take so much. Fong Ping saw the situation and laughed. Since everyone has agreed, then it's settled. After saying that, Fong Ping waited for a moment. When he saw the changes in his wealth, a smile appeared on his face. As expected, as long as the distribution was done and safety was confirmed, his wealth would be calculated. Previously, when he was in Magic City Catacombs, he only calculated his wealth when he arrived at Hope City and confirmed the distribution plan. This time it was the same. Wealth, 121. 5 billion converted. Vitality, 3,200 calories, 7,085 calories. Mentality, 500 hertz, 933 hertz. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 32 cubic meters plus. Energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute plus. Aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute plus. Fong Ping glanced at the data. Before entering the catacombs, his wealth was 101. 8 billion. This time, to help Old Wang and the others hide their auras, adding 2 more people, he spent 1 million per minute. In addition to helping Qin Fengqing hide his aura when he left later, he spent less than 100 million wealth. However, fighting with that mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse consumed a lot of it. His vitality was depleted many times, and so was his mentality. Also, when he attacked those rank SIXS and set up the mentality shield, he spent about 1 to 200 million. Calculating this, entering the catacombs this time, he spent about 300 million wealth. The system increased his wealth by about 20 billion, which was about the same as his own estimation. Fong Ping did not pocket the spoils of war this time. This time was different from the time he cheated Qin Fengqing. Last time, Qin Fengqing just led the way and disappeared. Fong Ping cheated him, but he made up for it later, although it was an This time, Old Wang and the others, including Qin Fengqing, were really fighting with their lives on the line. Fong Ping had a lot to begin with, so he had no intention of pocketing the spoils of war. I have so much wealth, the storage space is a little full. Fong Ping thought for a while and decided to expand the storage space first. There were a lot of miscellaneous things, and the storage space was full. Let's expand it to 50 cubic meters first. Fong Ping's heart moved. Very soon, the storage space began to increase, reaching 50 cubic meters quickly. As for his wealth, he used up 9 billion, leaving only 112. 5 billion. It feels like a lot, but in reality it can't withstand the consumption. Fong Ping sighed in his heart. Now that he was in the catacombs, he earned a lot, but he also spent a lot. Today, his vitality was depleted. Just replenishing his vitality would consume about 7 million wealth. Not to mention the storage space. 1 cubic meter was 500 million. In reality, it was really not much, especially the energy shield and aura simulation. It was fine if he brought an individual, but if he brought Qin Fengqing and the other 2, the energy shield would consume 10 million wealth every minute. The aura simulation was even more terrifying. It consumed more than the energy shield, 10 times. 1 minute, that would be 100 million wealth. No matter how much wealth he had, it would not be enough to spend. Therefore, Fong Ping did not consider activating the aura simulation. It was not very meaningful. At the moment, they did not need to pretend to be catacombs martial artists. However, this thing might be useful. If he really encountered a high-ranked catacombs martial artist, he might be able to use it. I can't leave Qin Fengqing alone with the energy shield. 3 people in an hour would consume 600 million wealth. I have to earn more money. Now that they were not being hunted, there was no need to hide for now. However, it was best to keep it open to prevent encountering catacombs powerhouses. Staying in the catacombs for a day and a night would consume 14. For billion, Fang Ping's heart ached at the thought of it. Looking at Qin Fengqing again, Fang Ping felt that bringing this fellow along was a trap. If he brought 2 people, the consumption would be reduced by 10 times and it would only be 1 billion or so. Fang Ping felt that he could still afford 1 billion or so. Qin Fengqing was a little gloomy from Fang Ping's stare. Although he did not know what Fang Ping was thinking, he still complained, "I've already paid the storage fee. Can you not have any ideas about me?" This fellow Fang Ping was extremely rich, but he still had his eyes on a poor family like him. Did his conscience not hurt? Fang Ping sighed, lamenting, "Old Qin, you don't know how much I've sacrificed for you. It's only because our bloodlines are close. Otherwise, I really don't want to care about you anymore." Qin Fengqing's expression stiffened. These words, were he saying that he was his grandson's grandson? Speaking of which, if I called him old ancestor, would you pay? Chapter 492. Qin Fengqing thought about it, but he did not really call him ancestor. He only lamented, "The catacombs monsters are so poor." Back then, he had raided 2 large rank 8 monsters' nests, but the harvest was so little. This time it was just a city built by a rank 7 martial artist, but the harvest was much bigger. Fang Ping glanced at him and said lightly, "You better not go to the Magic City catacombs. Jiao is a vengeful fellow. You can't hide your aura after raiding its nest. There was some aura left last time. It will come to you sooner or later." Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. It was just a rank 8 monster. Now that Qin Fengqing was experienced and knowledgeable, a rank 9 was nothing. He had even seen a rank 9 monster being killed before. As for a rank 8 monster, he might be afraid, but he was not so afraid that he would not dare to go to the catacombs. Fang Ping did not forget about business. Looking at the 2 unconscious people on the ground, he said, "Ask them one by one. They are all from the House of City Lord. Although they are not rank 6, they have rank 5 strength. They know something." As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly said, "You guys go out first. I will disguise myself as a catacombs martial artist passing by. See if I can get more information." Wang Jinyang laughed. "You were the one who knocked them out earlier. I didn't show my face. I just changed my aura." As Fang Ping said that, his aura changed. In an instant, he became a catacombs martial artist exuding pure catacombs energy. Seeing this, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong started hammering their heads. They could not take it anymore. This guy Fang Ping was getting more and more capable, so much that they could not accept it. Qin Fengqing did not care too much. He muttered, "Damn, he lied to me again. Last time he said he could only disguise my aura. Why isn't he pretending to be me now?" Fang Ping was a super big liar. He did not tell the truth every time. Fang Ping glanced at him and chuckled. "It's just the catacombs' energy fluctuation. Our human vitality force is more complicated. Only by blood connection can we disguise each other's aura." Fang Ping sighed. "That's why I'm even more certain that I'm related to you. I don't feel good about it. Do you think I'll believe you?" Qin Fengqing sneered, then coughed dryly and said, "Give me 30 to 50 billion, and I'll admit that we're related." "Get lost!" Fang Ping cursed. He waved his hand and said, "You guys go out first. Bring this guy out too." Fang Ping tossed a person over. Wang Jinyang caught him and dragged him out of the cave. Fang Ping stayed in the cave for more than half an hour. Then he used the same trick and brought the second person into the cave. Outside the cave, Qin Fengqing chuckled and said, "Listen to how badly he screamed. This Fang Ping fellow, his hobby is just so special." Wang Jinyang could not be bothered with him. He looked at Li Hansong and said, "My golden body and golden bones have not recovered. How did you complete the recovery the last time?" Li Hansong didn't understand either. He shook his head and said, "I just suffered some injuries. After that, I casually cultivated for a day, and I achieved a half golden body. You can ask Fang Ping. He knows a little more." "He might not know much." Wang Jinyang glanced at the cave and said after a while, "This guy? His words are 30% true and 70% false. Do you really believe what he said? He's the Celestial Emperor, and you're the Northern General?" Li Hansong said dryly, "That I believe it a little. This guy is full of tricks. He might not be the Celestial Emperor. Of course, if what he said is true and there really is a celestial court, I think he's more like a military advisor. Anyway, he's quite cunning." As he said that, Li Hansong looked at Wang Jinyang and said, "I think if there really is a Celestial Emperor, you're more like one than him." Wang Jinyang rubbed his temples and said weakly, "The Celestial Court," he said, "is most likely fake." "You actually guessed it." "That's hard to say. Otherwise, who do you think we are?" "This." Wang Jinyang sighed softly. Yes, it was hard to explain. Who were we in our past lives? Li Hansong believed Fang Ping when he said Celestial Court, probably because of this. According to myths and legends, Celestial Court might really exist. If that was the case, then it was not impossible for them to be Celestial Court powerhouses when they were resurrected. As the two of them chatted, Qin Fengqing looked gloomy. They excluded him again. These guys talked like they were playing around when they talked about cultivation. Seeing that the two of them were talking about this, Qin Fengqing interrupted, "Don't be fooled by Fang Ping. This guy might have been your underling in his past life, pretending to be the big brother." Also, Qin Fengqing rubbed his chin and said, "Is this guy really a resurrected powerhouse?" Li Hansong and Qin Fengqing were stunned. They had never thought of this possibility. Qin Fengqing squinted and chuckled. "It's just a guess. Resurrected powerhouses are all mutated martial artists, right? Fang Ping, this guy, has a golden bone mutation now. His mentality is strong, including his bone marrow. Also, there's the problem of rapid recovery." Qin Fengqing thought for a while and said, "You guys are all the same. This guy is mutated in everything. I think he's still different from you guys." Wang Jinyang's eyes moved slightly, saying softly, "This guy didn't mutate at the beginning. When I knew him, he wasn't too special. Of course, he was still weak then. Maybe he didn't notice it. However, as far as I know, his bone marrow mutation did happen later." As he said that, Wang Jinyang added, "Golden bone too." Li Hansong was dumbfounded, thinking of something. After a while, he said, If he's not a resurrected martial artist, then what about what he said to us before?" "I'm bluffing." Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. "How normal." No, I mean if he's not a resurrected powerhouse, how could he mutate? Who said that only resurrected martial artists can mutate?" Qin Fengqing chuckled. "My celestial bridge mutated. Am I a resurrected martial artist too?" Li Hansong said impatiently, "You call that a mutation? Is your cultivation speed fast?" Qin Fengqing was a little hurt. He kept quiet with a dark face. His cultivation speed might seem fast, but in reality it wasn't. He relied on throwing countless resources and grinding his way up. Wang Jinyang and the rest, on the other hand, consumed much less than him, including Fang Ping. Other than the healing last time, Fang Ping did not consume much resources. Naturally, Qin Fengqing did not know about his consumption of wealth. However, it was a fact that Fang Ping consumed little resources. He even sold a lot of pills in the early stages. Mutated martial artists consumed little and cultivated quickly. This was also a characteristic Actually, Fong Ping still fit this characteristic. Seeing that he was silent, Li Hansong continued, Fong Ping should be a resurrected martial artist. It's hard to say about Heavenly Court. Wang Jinyang did not think too much. He smiled and said, don't think about this. Let him say whatever he wants. Sooner or later, the truth will come out. Qin Fengqing muttered, that's hard to say. I feel that sooner or later, you guys will fall into a big pit. You didn't fall? Li Hansong snorted softly. Qin Fengqing looked at him disdainfully and said in a low voice, what do you know? I'm jumping into a pit myself. This guy is rich. I recognize money as my father, unlike you guys, who recognize people as their fathers. How can it be the same? Li Hansong's face darkened. What you said makes sense, but I don't want to talk to you. As they were talking, Fong Ping walked out of the cave. He glanced at Qin Fengqing. His gaze was not very friendly. He had heard a lot of what this guy said just now. He would deal with him later. Ignoring this guy, Fong Ping said, these two guys know a little more. When the humans evacuated, Rose City did capture some human martial artists. At that time, the human martial artists who stayed in the catacombs were close to 100. Some of them died in battle. A small number were captured, including Moon Laurel City. Actually, they also captured a few people. I don't know if Teacher Zhang was among them. The Grandmaster powerhouses had all evacuated. The human martial artists who were captured were rank 6, rank 4, and 5. However, there were not many middle-ranked martial artists, about 4 or 5. Some martial artists of the 3 lower ranks were also captured, more than 10 people. This lasted for more than half a year. At that time, there were catacombs martial artists everywhere. Therefore, the human martial artists who are still hiding in the catacombs are not exactly none. There are probably not too many. 3 to 5 people at most. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice. These people were all sent to Royal City. Yes, if it was just to ask for information. Was there a need for such a large-scale search? Capturing a few was enough. According to what you said, it lasted for more than half a year. Even the affiliated cities went all out. Aren't these martial artists being too important? Fong Ping nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, indeed, it was a little too important. There were even high ranks who personally took some people away. As for what happened to these people, I heard that some of them were killed, but not all of them. Some survived. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, during that time, powerhouses from various cities came to Rose City. They seemed to be discussing something. I don't know if it was about attacking Earth or something else. However, after the powerhouses from these cities left, the 2 fellows I asked just now said that someone saw a few powerhouses from Rose City leading some human warriors out of Rose City. Left Rose City? Wang Jinyang felt a headache coming on. After a long time, he said, if that's the case, it's not just about Rose City. It's also involved other places? If that's the case, even if Instructor is alive, Tiannan's catacombs are not small. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Fengqing interrupted. What do we do now? Do we continue to destroy some small cities or go straight to Rose City? Fong Ping looked at Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang sighed and said, go wait outside Rose City. Capture a few Rose City martial artists and ask them about the situation. As for entering the city, forget about it. We'll kill some martial artists outside the city and lure the Rose City guards out of the city. Fong Ping nodded and said that works too. Also, I'll go find out if Rose City's guardian monster plant has left. If it has, I'll take the opportunity to dig into the city and see if there's a chance to blow up the energy mine. The few of them looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping smiled and said, ask around. But it's hard to blow up a huge mine like this. The core area is guarded. Under normal circumstances, there must be a high rank guarding it. What a pity. Fong Ping felt a little regretful. It was a pity that he could not bring a grandmaster along. Otherwise, he could bring Old Man Li or Wu Quishan and sneak in to kill the high rank guarding it. If the rank 9 in the city left, he would be free to do whatever he wanted. Right now, it was still difficult to blow up the mine. After hearing that, Wang Jinyang said suddenly, if you really want to enter the mining area and blow up the mine, then we'll kill more people in the periphery. When we kill more people, the high rank guarding it might be lured out. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. That won't be necessary. Do you still remember the monster at Half Moon Lake? Why? Fang Ping squinted. I think that monster should be guarding a small mine. Say, if I steal this mine, leave my aura, and sneak all the way to Rose City, will this guy chase after me? Wang Jinyang frowned. That's a little risky. I'm not the only one taking the risk. Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing with a smile and said, Old Qin, you go and lure that monster out first. I'll go mine. When I'm done, I'll lure it to Rose City. What do you think? Qin Fengqing's expression changed again. Just when Fang Ping thought he would reject, this guy suddenly said, Give me half, the real half. I'll go all out and lure it out for you. Fang Ping was speechless. How much did he love money? He was a rank 5, but he dared to lure a rank 7 for money. This was not a joke. If it caught up to him, he would die for sure. Beside him, Li Hansong said, If you really want to do it, let me go. At least my defense is stronger. Fang Ping smiled. What's there to fight about? I haven't decided if I want to do it yet. If this monster doesn't go to Rose City, then it's not worth it to find trouble with a high-rank monster for the sake of who knows how many energy mines. If it goes and it doesn't attack the city, then it'll be useless. Also, I don't know how many powerhouses are guarding Rose City now. If there are a few rank 7 and 8, then one rank 7 monster won't be of much use. How about this? I'll scout out the information first and figure it out, then I'll think about it. Previously at Nanjiang, I couldn't completely blow up gigantic Willow City. This time, if the tutelary monster plant and the city lord aren't here, then maybe I can really blow up Royal City. Fang Ping grinned. Rose City is the closest to Sky South City. Previously, they have also been at war with Sky South City. This time, the probability of the city lord and the monster plant fighting together is not low. Fang Ping had sensed and seen some of the rank 9s war before. This time, 4 of the rank 9 monster plants went. As for the city lord, 8 of them went. As for the 11 cities in Sky South Catacombs, 6 of them belonged to the monster plant clan. This meant that, at most, there were only 2 cities with the tutelary monster plant. Moreover, 8 of the city lords went, which also meant that at most 3 cities had the city lord guarding. Monster Life clan might not really turn out in full force. Fang Ping even suspected that 6 of the 8 city lords who went were city lords of the monster plant clan. This was also in line with his expectations. 3 of the rank 9 monsters went, and 2 of the Monster Life City lords went. Coincidentally, 5 of the Monster Life cities, each city dispatched a rank 9 one to stay behind. This was in line with his expectations. There was no reason for Monster Life Clan to send the tutelary monster beast and the city lord together. In that case, there were no city lords in the 6 monster plant cities. 4 of them did not have a rank 9. Rose City might be one of them. There might not be any rank 9 powerhouses in the 4 cities. If the rank 9 powerhouses left, there might not be many rank 7 and 8. Sky South Catacombs' strength is average. This time we came with so many people and killed so many high ranks in the passageway. Right now, both sides are still confronting each other. Fighting means that the difference in strength is not big. Based on this calculation, Sky South Catacombs dispatched more than 100 rank 7 and 8 martial artists. Under normal circumstances, it is rare for a city to have more than 10 rank 7 and 8 martial artists. The Monster Plant clan might only leave 1 or 2 rank 7 and 8 martial artists to guard. After all, in their opinion, the rear is still safe. This time, everyone went out together. Monster Life and Monster Plant clan joined forces. Under such circumstances, the monsters in the Forbidden Land won't dare to provoke them. It's enough to have a high rank to keep watch. Fang Ping said the rest of the sentence. Wang Jinyang frowned slightly. That's true. But do you know that among the rank 9 participating in the war this time, there are no rank 9 from the Forbidden Land? If that's the case, there's something wrong with your judgment. I know. That's why I asked first. I'll know if the Monster Plant Clan is here with one look. As for the City Lord, we can catch a few people and ask if they're participating in the war. There should be confirmed information too. Fang Ping grinned. Say, if we blow up 4 royal cities, what do you think will happen? Don't be reckless. Wang Jinyang felt that he needed to remind him. He said in a low voice, if the royal city is destroyed, it means that the foundation of these city lords and the Monster Plant Clan is destroyed. When that time comes, you will face the pursuit of the entire sky, South Catacombs, rank 9. These rank 9 powerhouses have extremely strong mentality. Under the coverage, even if you hide your aura, they might still find you if they search the whole place. I know, but don't we still have the rank 9? As the two of them were talking, Li Hansong could not help but interrupt. Both of you, we clearly said that we were going to Rose City to catch a few people and ask about the situation. How? How did we end up talking about blowing up 4 royal cities? Li Hansong felt like his head was about to explode. We were just talking about going to Rose City to take a look. How did the topic change so quickly? From Rose City to Half Moon Lake, from Half Moon Lake to blowing up the royal city, from blowing up the royal city to blowing up 4 royal cities. If he let them continue talking, he was afraid that they would end up blowing up Mount Imperial Sea. Should they just blow up the restricted area and be done with it? Fang Ping chuckled. It's to reduce the pressure on us grandmasters. Besides, I'm just saying it. How can we really do it? Are you sure you're just saying it? Li Hansong was a little worried. He was even a little uneasy. He said softly, Fang Ping, we are only rank 5 or 6 after all. There are at least hundreds of thousands of martial artists in 4 royal cities. There are at least tens of thousands of middle-ranked martial artists. If we really provoke the 4 cities into a riot, then we really have nowhere to go. Fang Ping grinned. Actually, the more chaotic, the better. As he said that, Fang Ping took a deep breath. If it really becomes a mess, let me calculate, he said to calculate. The few of them looked confused. What did he want to calculate? What Fang Ping calculated was how expensive aura simulation was. After some calculation, if 3 more people were added, it would cost 100 million per minute. In an hour, that would be 6 billion. Fang Ping was a little frightened. That was a lot. However, if the 4 of them killed some catacombs martial artists in a chaotic situation, disguised as one of them, and participated in the search together, then they could avoid some trouble. The more chaotic it is, the easier it is for us to escape. Fang Ping calculated in his heart. Finally, he said, let's not talk about this first. Let's go to Rose City and see the situation first. If there are really very few rank 7 and 8 martial artists, then we'll go to Half Moon Lake and hook up with that guy who looks like Jiao. It's not very practical to blow up other places, but there's still hope to blow up Rose City. The few of them started walking toward Rose City in the distance. Wang Jinyang was silent for a while. After a while, he still said tactfully that let's still look for someone to take the lead. He was a little afraid of Fang Ping's plan. Mother ***, this guy was a lunatic. He was afraid that he would really die here this time. Fang Ping nodded. I know. It's necessary to look for someone to take the lead and relieve the Grandmaster's pressure. Don't you think we're very noble? Wang Jinyang sighed. It was not that he did not want to relieve the Grandmaster's pressure. The key was that this guy's plan did not sound reliable, no matter how he listened to it. Now, they could only take it one step at a time. As for the others, Qin Fengqing looked very excited. After Li Hansong's reminder at the beginning, he was also a little eager to try. Wang Jinyang reminded himself secretly, I'm here to look for someone. Really, I'm here to look for instructor. Chapter 493. Bang! Fong Ping killed the catacombs martial artist with one palm. He looked at Rose City in the distance and frowned slightly. This guy doesn't know much. It's too bad it's night. Not many people leave the city. The city lord and the monster plants have indeed left. Fong Ping muttered, I wonder how many high ranks are left. Fong Ping turned his head and looked at them. I'll dig a tunnel into the city first. Dig a tunnel? Li Hansong whispered. Can't you go in directly? Fong Ping was speechless. It's so late. The city is sealed. Go in now. Also dig a tunnel first. When there are more tunnels, it'll be easier to run. After explaining, Fong Ping said, Don't just dig one. This time, dig some in all directions. Dig a few more to prevent people from blocking the way. Qin Feng Qing, Brother Wang, you two don't have to go. Tai Tu, you come with me. We'll dig together. Hurry up. Try to dig dozens of tunnels under Rose City before dawn. Dig deeper, preferably 50 meters below. This way, rank 7 martial artists' mentality won't be able to probe further. Li Hansong muttered. It'll be better if it's below 100 meters. Even rank 8 martial artists might not be able to probe further. Fong Ping muttered. That makes sense, but it'll be difficult to dig below 100 meters. Tai Tu, it'll depend on your iron head technique. Li Hansong was speechless. Did he really have to dig 100 meters below? That was physical work. True physical work. Fong Ping said seriously, It'll increase your experience. Do you usually have this opportunity? Do you dare to dig into the royal city? Have you seen the giant mine under the royal city? If I don't cover your aura, you'll be discovered if you make any big movements. Also, there's actually a defense system under the city. Some low-ranked monster plants are also deeply rooted. Once energy fluctuations appear, they'll be detected. Tell me, if I give you this opportunity, would you still care about putting in some effort? Qin Feng Qing wants to go, but I'm too lazy to bring him. He can't dig as fast as you. Qin Feng Qing sneered. I'm too lazy to go. Fong Ping glanced at him and sneered too. Have you ever seen an energy mine in your life? Mountains of energy stones, rank 9 energy stones, were everywhere. There was a cultivation building in Suppressing Star City that was said to have been built with grade 9 energy stones. It was said that the Apex Patriarch had excavated several mines in Mount Royal Sea to obtain it. Excited, right? You've never seen it before, right? Do you feel ashamed of your inferiority? But when Jiang Chao and the others told me about it, guess what I thought? So poor. Pauper. Do you think I've never seen an energy mine? The Apex Grand Ancestor had actually only brought this much back to send off his descendants. How stingy! It wasn't even as much as the energy mines of a king city. Qin Feng Qing, if I don't help you, you probably won't be able to see the world in your lifetime. Hearing this, Qin Feng Qing's expression changed again and again. He snorted softly and said, No matter how many, you won't be able to poach them away. Even if Fong Ping entered the mining area, he would not have the time to mine. Mining energy, ores would cause quite a commotion and would be easily discovered. The last time he and the Jiao dug for a while, they were discovered. Fong Ping grinned. At least I've seen it before. As he spoke, he looked at Li Hansong and asked, How is it? Do you still think that digging tunnels is hard work? Don't scream later, calm down. Don't pick up any energy ores you see, we don't like them, understand? Li Hansong hurriedly said, Don't worry, we won't. As Fong Ping said that, he said with some regret, It's a pity that we can't record it. Otherwise, I'll bring a camera and record it so you guys can broaden your horizons. Wang Jinyang was a little speechless. He smiled and said, Digging tunnels will cause a commotion. Martial artists have sharp ears and eyes, so it's easy to be discovered at night. How about this? Qin Feng Qing and I will go to some of the surrounding towns and cities, kill some martial artists, and make Rose City move. When Qin Feng Qing heard this, he nodded and said, No problem. but we'll split up and create chaos. Then you guys be careful. Fang Ping said seriously, if you're chased by high ranks, don't wait for us. Run wherever you can. If you get separated, wait at the swamp by Half Moon Lake. We'll meet up again. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, if the situation permits, I'll go into the city to check if Instructor Zhang is there. Thank you. Wang Jinyang thanked him, did not say anything else, and left quickly. Qin Fengqing did not waste any more time and walked in another direction. As soon as they left, Fang Ping and Li Hansong found a deserted place and started digging a tunnel. While Fang Ping and the others were digging tunnels, Qin Fengqing and Wang Jinyang also started showing up, breaking into some towns and cities, killing the martial artists there. Wang Jinyang was killing by force. Qin Fengqing first led a group of middle and low-rank monsters to wander around, then went to the towns and cities to seize the energy stones given by the rank 9 monster plants. Without the deterrence of the rank 9 monster plants, these monsters did not care whether this was a powerhouse's territory or not. At least they did not sense a powerhouse's aura. When they felt the vitality and energy of the catacombs' humans, the monsters began to riot. That night, the vicinity of Rose City was in chaos. Inside Rose City, a large number of guards rushed to all directions. The destruction of Moon Laurel City was a big deal. Moon Laurel City's city lord and a rank 7 powerhouse from Rose City, in a rage, began to search everywhere. The Tiannan catacombs, which had been peaceful for 2 years, began to enter a chaotic time. Tiannan City. Wu Quishen's injuries worsened. The hole in his chest was no longer wriggling and healing. Lu Fengru was covered in blood, her eyes slightly red. She said in a low voice, I won't die, right? Wu Quishen panted softly, smiled, and said, I won't die so easily. It's good that I won't die. It's good that I won't die. As Lu Fengru spoke, her eyes turned red. You're almost the same as the old man. The old man she was talking about was MCMAU's old vice-chancellor. After a big battle, Wu Quishen, the world's second rank 8 powerhouse, had truly displayed his unparalleled strength. He killed 3 rank 8s. He fought a rank 9, bought time for Zhang Weiyu, and killed 1 person. However, Wu Quishen's injuries were also extremely serious. At this moment, his imperishable substance had been obliterated to the point where it almost could not appear anymore. His path to rank 9 might be severed from now on. Wu Quishen stretched out his hand, gently stroking her scattered hair, smiling. It's good that you're not dead. I don't know when I can enter rank 9 anyway. Lu Fengru said nothing. Wu Quishen smiled again. I'm a little better than Minister Wang. Minister Wang is worse off than me. Beside him, Minister Wang, who was lying motionless on the ground, felt his chest rise and fall slightly. He panted and said, I killed a rank 8. I killed 3. You. What's so great about you? Minister Wang cursed. Wu Quishen smiled, then frowned and said, we killed so many people. Mother asterisk cur. If it weren't for the people from Star Town running away, we wouldn't have to do this. F asterisk CK, his grandpa. At this moment, Wu Quishen could not help but curse. These people had fought with the catacombs powerhouses for a long time, killing a large number of catacombs high ranks. On Star Town's side, other than the rank 9 who had not left, everyone else, including the rank 8 Liamo, had run away. They did not fight their way into the depths of the catacombs. Instead, they went straight to the edge of the Forbidden Sea and ran along it. There were many powerhouses from Star Town who came this time. Other than a rank 9, there were 2 rank 8s and 5 rank 7s. A force like this was extremely powerful. Of course, they had also lost a rank 7 martial artist earlier. However, the remaining 2 rank 8s and 4 rank 7s had all run away. Minister Wang said weakly, They also have important things to do. Wu Quishen tilted his head and looked at him, saying, Go to the bounded domain? Is Absolute's body really that important? Beside him, Li Daong, whose head was half crushed, said, "Vice-Chancellor Wu, there are some things you don't understand. It's necessary for the people from Star Town to leave. Didn't you notice that this time no one from the restricted area came?" People from the restricted area actually came. Li Daong's broken head squirmed continuously. As he healed, he explained, "The people from the restricted area went to the bounded domain. 2 years ago, Senior Yang passed away. After that, a few Paragon powerhouses fought at Mount Imperial Sea. Both sides fought fiercely. At the same time that Tiannan's passageway was sealed, the Paragon powerhouses also shattered Mount Imperial Sea's passageway. That's why for the past 2 years, whether it's us or the people from the restricted area, none of us came to the Tiannin catacombs. This time when we entered, Mount Imperial Sea's passageway was also opened. Earlier than us, the people from the restricted area went to the bounded domain. They want to snatch Absolute's body? Yes." Li Daong's head had almost recovered completely. He continued, "Originally, they couldn't enter the bounded domain, but this time it's a little hard to say. The people from Star Town must hurry over to stop them. Is it very important?" "Very important. Then which one from Mayor Southern?" Li Daong interrupted. "The people from Star Town are more suitable." Wu Quishan nodded slightly and said, "What does Absolute's body mean?" Li Daong fell silent. Just when Wu Quishan thought that he would not explain, Li Daong said, "The perilous realm is called Rank 9, but it's actually not Rank 9. You can think of it as a separate realm. As for why it's not called Rank 10 or something else, it's because Paragon powerhouses actually belong to a vague realm." Wu Quishan did not quite understand. Li Daong explained, "Let's put it this way. Paragon powerhouses are martial artists in rank. 6 who have sealed their Sanjiao Gate, Mentality Vitality Fusion, Mentality 999 Hz, and Vitality Force 10,000 Cal. They're only one step away from the next realm, the realm of metamorphosis. As for whether there is a next realm, no one knows. However, Paragon powerhouses can feel it themselves. They are still in rank 9, unable to completely complete that small step of sublimation. They have never experienced the true metamorphosis of one realm and one sublimation. Therefore, Paragon powerhouses do not know if there is a path behind them. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. However, there might be because there are demon emperors in the catacombs. The records of demon emperors are very old. According to the records, demon emperors are stronger than Paragon powerhouses. They once suppressed the catacombs and were invincible." Wu Quishan listened quietly. Although what Li Daong said seemed to have nothing to do with Paragon's body, he still felt that it was necessary to listen more. Li Daong continued, "Therefore, all the apex powerhouses are searching for a path that can lead them to a higher realm. Including Commander Li, he is also looking for this path. If humans have an existence that surpasses Paragon powerhouses, they may completely quell the threat of the catacombs. Over in the catacombs, their Paragon powerhouses are actually also looking for a path to enter the Demon Emperor realm. Paragon powerhouses are all very powerful, and they all live very long." Wu Quishan frowned slightly and said, "What does this have to do with everyone fighting for the corpses of Paragon powerhouses?" Li Daong said softly, "Actually, I don't know the specifics. I only know that even if a Paragon powerhouse has fallen, there will still be some traces of the martial arts path left on the corpse. Every Paragon actually walks a different path. When they are alive, it is very difficult for everyone to describe and show their own path. After they die, some of their martial arts path comprehension may be revealed in another form. Don't ask me how it is, because I don't know either. Commander Li doesn't know either. Because in the past 100 years, the only Paragon who has fallen is Senior Yang. Maybe it is not just in the past 100 years. Ever since the 13 patriarchs of Star City built Star City 300 years ago, there were already Paragon powerhouses. For so many years, they were still paragon powerhouses, so no one knew how long they had lived. As for the 13 patriarchs, there were 13 for hundreds of years. Until now, there were only 12. In other words, Senior Yang is the only paragon who has fallen in the past few hundred years. Commander Li is only a junior, so he is not clear about the specific situation. However, the other paragon powerhouses of Star City have communicated with Commander Li before the opening of the Tiannan catacombs this time. This time, no matter what, we must bring back Senior Yang's corpse. Even if Tiannan catacombs has really fallen, it is not as important as this. If it is necessary, we must destroy the corpse and not let the people in the restricted area get it. Wu Quishan frowned and said, in that case, as long as we snatch the paragon's corpse, there is a possibility that the opponent's paragon powerhouse can advance a step further. Li Daong said, this is not clear, but there is still a possibility. Maybe they can advance a step further through Senior Yang's comprehension. Of course, that may not be the case. If it is really so simple, then perhaps a great war between the paragon powerhouses would have long erupted. As he said that, Li Daong continued, there is a greater possibility, perhaps by comprehending these, continuing Senior Yang's path, they may also be able to enter the impasse realm. If the catacombs has one more paragon, or if humans produce another paragon, the balance will shift. If the catacombs has one more person, we will have 2 less people. If we have one more person, then we will be back to the original state of balance. Beside him, Lu Fengger frowned and said, then why not let Nanchang go over? Nanchang is only 1 step away from the paragon. Maybe he can step into the impasse realm quickly. Li Daong thought for a moment and said, when a rank 9 martial artist reaches Nanchang's level, they actually also have their own path. Other people's path may not be suitable for them. Moreover, the reason for this arrangement is because Senior Yang and the Yang family have a blood relationship. Maybe it will be easier for them to obtain some things. Although Yang Daohong is also a rank 9, he is Senior Yang's direct descendant. Therefore, when we are not so nervous here, he will also leave. As for the others, the 13 families in Star Town more or less have some blood relationship. Wu Quishan heard that and did not say anything else. In the eyes of the higher-ups, the fight for the paragon was indeed more important than the fall of a few grandmasters. The people in Star Town left for the bounded zones. Perhaps it was to fight for the opportunity to become the paragon. Whether there was one more paragon or one less paragon, it was even more important than all the people here dying in battle. This was a matter of great importance. It was no wonder that the people in Star Town left. This time, the main person in charge, Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu, did not say anything. It was probably arranged beforehand. As they were talking in front, Tang Feng retreated with a bloody face, panting and saying, another 2 rank 7s left on the other side. Guardian Zhang said that over at Rose City, there seems to be some of our people moving around behind. Some of the monsters at the back have also started to riot. As he spoke, Tang Feng shook his hand and looked at Wu Quishan, saying, Vice-Chancellor, do you still have more imperishable substances? Give me some. There's no meat on my hands. It's uncomfortable to hit. Before he could finish, Lu Fengger kicked him and said angrily, are you blind? He's turning into a sieve. Tang Feng said weakly, it's just a joke. Why are you so serious? This kid Fang Ping always does this kind of thing. I just said it in passing. Lu Fengger's tone faltered. She humphed and said nothing. Tang Feng saw this and said, Vice-Chancellor, are you about to lose your golden body? If you go back alive and get some life essence as a supplement, can you recover? Wu Quishan smiled and said, it should be possible, but it's a little too much. 30 to 50 caddies? I don't think so. Around 10 caddies should be enough. That's good. Beside them, the others turned to look at them. These guys from MCMAU were so arrogant. Life essence in caddies? Even Li Daong could not help but say, Vice-Chancellor Wu, if we really go back alive this time, based on your merits, the military department will apply for some life essence for you to heal your injuries. But it'll be 300 to 500 grams at most. When he said grams, Li Daong slightly increased the volume of his voice and smiled bitterly, saying, "The government doesn't have much in storage. All these years, we only got some during the capital city catacombs battle. As for this time," Li Daong glanced at the few towering monster plants in the distance and sighed softly. "When it comes to certain death, unless we kill the other party instantly, it will definitely be destroyed. This time, the Tiannan catacombs apex will not make a move. It's impossible to kill the other party. That's why even if we really kill these monster plants, it'll be very difficult to harvest anything. At most, we'll get some residual life essence. So, around 10 caddies." Li Daong did not want to say any more. He really could not give you that much. Wu Quishen's battle record was shocking. He killed 3 rank 8s and fought against a rank 9. Logically speaking, with such serious injuries, it was only right to give him some life essence to heal. However, around 10 caddies, stop joking. Even a rank 9 who was seriously injured and dying might not be able to get that much. Lu Fengru snorted coldly. "I'm not counting on you guys." Fang Ping had mentioned once before that the next time he went to the Magic City catacombs, he would injure and kill some Sky Gate City people and see if the Sky Gate tree would activate the Fountain of Life to heal them. If it was activated, he might be able to snatch some life essence. Around 10 caddies. All right, it was a lot. However, when she thought about how Old Man Li drank countless life essence, Lu Fengru was not that desperate. Even if she could not do it now, when Fang Ping became stronger in the future, with that kid's ability to hide his aura, she would be able to snatch some back sooner or later. This was much better than having no hope at all. When she thought of Fang Ping, Lu Fengru suddenly said, "Fang Ping and the rest from Rose City, right?" Tang Feng was stunned for a moment. He said in a low voice, "Fang Ping and the rest." "Probably." As Lu Fengru spoke, Wu Quishen continued, "Not probably, it's them. I don't know what these kids are up to. If they're looking for people, they should be looking for them properly. Now, the city has been breached, and the monsters are in chaos. Now, as many as 4 rank 7s have returned. Rose City originally had at least 1 rank 7 guarding it. At least 5 rank 7s. Can the 4 of them escape if they encounter them?" Wu Quishen felt a little helpless. A short sword appeared in his hand instantly. He took a step forward and said, "I'll go take a look at the front. I'll kill a few more guys and see if those guys at the back can rush over." "Vice-Chancellor," Tang Feng shouted. Wu Quishen's injuries were extremely serious. If he went to the front line to fight, he might die. "It's okay." Wu Quishen waved his hand. After thinking for a while, he turned around and said, "I don't have the ability to avenge Duo. There's hope for this kid Fang Ping. When the defense line is loosened, both of you go to the back and look for him." As he said that, Wu Quishen looked at Li Daong and smiled. "Deputy Commander-in-Chief, Li, the 3 of us from MCMAU have already killed 3 rank 8s and 2 rank 7s. When the defense line is loosened, it shouldn't be a big problem for them to leave, right?" Li Daong looked at him for a while and said in a low voice, "It's more dangerous to go to the back alone. There are still rank 9s who haven't appeared yet." "I know. We'll talk about it later." Wu Quishen did not say much and walked away. Lu Fengru glanced at him and snorted. "Useless. Expecting a 20-year-old young man to avenge your daughter. Is this how you, Wu Quishen, do things?" Wu Quishen did not even turn his head. He chuckled and said, "Wait for me to come back. I'll avenge myself. If you die, no one will collect your corpse." "It's okay." Lu Fengru suddenly stopped talking. She strode forward too. Tang Feng was just about to follow her when Minister Wang panted beside him. "What are you going to do?" "I just came back. Take a break. Mother****, help me reattach my intestines. These 2 in-laws have been staring at me for a long time. They've only been flirting. They didn't say anything about reattaching my intestines. Around them, a few powerhouses who were severely injured could not help but laugh out loud. Tang Feng glanced at Minister Wang. After a while, he said, "Your intestines have been crushed into pieces. How are you going to reattach them? I'd like to borrow some imperishable substances from you. Get lost." Minister Wang cursed. He seemed to have regained some of his spirit. He scolded, "MCMAU's problems have been getting worse these 2 years. Mother asterisk cur, you're such an upright guy. Now you've become crooked. When I go back this time, I'll definitely suggest to Minister Zhang to change the Vice-Chancellor. No, change the President of the Martial Arts Society for MCMAU. Mother asterisk cur, I knew he wasn't a good guy the first time I saw him. He was a good guy, but after hanging out with him for a while, he's completely changed. The old guy from CCMAU was scolding me just now. He said that Li Hansong used to be so honest. Now he's been led by MCMAU to such a horrible state." Tang Feng sat on the ground directly and said lazily, "Save your energy. This kid has bribed a lot of people. All the students in the school have been bribed. If you replace him, MCMAU will rebel. If you're not afraid of Dean Li finding trouble with you, then just suggest that you replace him. Mother asterisk cur." Minister Wang continued to curse. He was a rank 8 martial artist, the Deputy Minister of Education. Now he wanted to change the president of the Martial Arts Society, and he was even threatened. Thinking of this, Minister Wang suddenly said, "Ask that kid Fang Ping to get me a few dozen caddies of life essence. If he wants to be the vice-chancellor in the future, I'll support him." Beside him, Li Daong could not help but cough softly. "So, in your words, life essence is measured in caddies?" Minister Wang panted. "What the hell do you know?" Cough, cough. "Minister Wang, you're from the education department. As a teacher, don't swear at the drop of a hat." Li Daong was speechless. What a lousy habit. After hearing that, Minister Wang pondered for a moment and said after some deliberation, "You don't even know what arrow chi is. That kid Fang Ping can snatch life essence. I'll make some connections first. This kid still owes me some imperishable substance. High Grandmaster Li, don't let that kid die. We're still waiting for him to save our lives." Old Wang's injuries were not light. They were more serious than Wu Quishan's. Li Daong did not know whether to laugh or cry. What were these guys thinking? They were actually pinning their hopes on a rank 6 martial artist. He had heard of Fang Ping. He was not that uncanny, was he? Minister Wang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He did not explain. "You really don't know anything. This kid is only rank 6 now. When he was rank 4, he could snatch a large amount of life essence and save Li Changsheng. I'll wait for a few years. When this kid is rank 7 or 8, who knows, he might snatch it again." Chapter 494. Rose City, deep underground. Li Hansong's eyes were dull, his face full of greed. He pointed at the huge crystal clear or above his head, unable to hide his excitement. "Are we digging or not?" He did not say it out loud, but it was clear from his eyes. A huge mineral vein that stretched as far as the eye could see. Although they were all low-ranked energy stones, and most of them could only be considered as raw stones, this was still too much. How much reserves were there in such a huge mineral vein? 100 tons? 1,000 tons? Or even 10,000 tons? Even if they were all raw stones, the value was immeasurable. Of course, if they were all dug up and brought back to Earth, it would probably depreciate. The rarer something was, the more it was, the cheaper it would be. But no matter how cheap it was still an energy stone. It should not be a problem if the raw or was priced at 10,000 per gram, right? 1 ton was worth 10 billion. How many tons were there here? 10,000 tons. That was 100 trillion. This was all calculated according to the raw ore. Li Hansong felt that he could not calculate it. He heard from Fong Ping that the mineral vein under the royal city was incomparably huge. In the capital city catacombs, he had even seen the remnants of 2 royal city ruins. Although those 2 royal city were flattened in the war that year, in the final battle, the 2 royal cities' guardian monster plants fought to the death, and even the restricted area powerhouses participated. In the end, although the 2 royal city were destroyed, the humans did not take much of the mineral vein underground. At this moment, it was already empty. Not even a small piece of raw ore was left. The huge mine under Rose City was not destroyed. Such a complete mineral vein. Li Hansong suspected that other than peerless powerhouses, had humans ever seen such a scene before? Energy stones were originally crystal clear. Even raw ores were the same. Although the huge mineral vein was deep underground, it was as beautiful as a crystal palace, not as dark and dirty as other mineral veins. At this moment, Li Hansong even fantasized that one day would he live in a crystal palace like this? Li Hansong regarded the mineral vein above as heaven, as a crystal palace. As for Fong Ping, he was calculating, would this huge mine be easy to blow up? Low-ranked energy stones, because the energy concentration was not high enough, could not produce an explosion. Relatively speaking, it was much more stable. Otherwise, if the royal city was built on explosives, even rank 9s would not dare to live here. Last time in gigantic Willow City, some of them could be blown up because the life essence overflowed and the energy concentration was too high, which eventually led to the explosion. Fong Ping had to think of a way to get to Rose City by himself. I'm afraid the periphery won't be able to blow it up. I'll have to enter the core area and pile up some high-grade energy stones together. Then, I'll use my mental strength to ignite them all. Only then will I have a chance of blowing up the core area and causing a chain reaction that will also ignite the low-grade energy stones on the periphery. There must be a high rank guarding the core area. I can't not get rid of the high ranks. Fong Ping thought about this in his mind, but he did not delay in the slightest. He continued to dig the tunnel, kicking Li Hansong at the same time. You're still looking. Let's dig the tunnel first. How can I have the time to look at this? Isn't it embarrassing for someone who hasn't seen the world, other than the scattered energy, ores in the mine tunnels? Fong Ping rarely dug into the ore veins. It was because it would cause too much of a commotion and would be dangerous. If he entered the mine tunnels, he would be easily discovered. Fong Ping did not even consider mining when he came here this time. Li Hansong swallowed. He lowered his head and no longer looked at the ore veins above him. This place was 100 meters underground. Actually, what he saw was only a corner of the ore veins that extended downwards. Even so, Li Hansong felt that this corner was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Fong Ping had said before that he regretted not being able to take pictures. At this moment, Li Hansong was also extremely regretful. If he could take pictures, he could record it and bring it back to CCMAU. He did not even dare to imagine how shocked CCMAU would be. Li Hansong was still daydreaming when Fong Ping kicked him again. He gestured with his eyes to the front. Li Hansong raised his head and looked. His expression changed slightly. In front of him, there were some crystal-clear, root-like pipes densely covered. Those were the roots of the monster plant. Li Hansong did not dare to move. He looked at Fong Ping. Did he not say that the rank 9 monster plant had left? Fong Ping stared at it for a moment. He shook his head slightly and started digging in another direction. That was not a rank 9 monster plant. It was only a rank 5 or 6 monster plant. However, its roots were quite deep. Rose City's guardian monster plant was a rose flower. This thing was not big, but its roots were not shallow. Fong Ping glanced at the monster plant in front of him. It could be a descendant of the rose monster flower. I wonder if I can imitate the monster plant's aura? As Fong Ping thought about this, the options to imitate its aura started flashing in his mind. Very quickly, Fong Ping's eyes moved. It could actually work. The system's 100 billion upgrade function was really out of this world. The monster plant just now was not strong. He could imitate its aura. If that's the case, if I go to Half Moon Lake, I can imitate the aura left behind by this monster plant? However, would that monster that looks like a Jiao dare to chase after me? If this was really a descendant of a rank 9 monster plant, the monsters at Half Moon Lake should be able to recognize the aura of a rank 9 monster's descendant, since it was not far from here. Would it dare to chase after me? Or would it be angry, but not dare to say anything? Would it just admit defeat? As he thought about this, Fong Ping did not slow down and continued to dig the tunnel. After digging for who knew how long, the underground was densely covered with tunnels that extended in all directions. Only then did Fong Ping signal Li Hansong to leave with him. Emerging from another tunnel, Li Hansong could not contain his excitement and anxiety. He whispered, "I was scared to death just now. Why are there other monster plants underground?" "It's normal." Fong Ping, on the other hand, was not too surprised. He explained, "Some rank 9 monster plants can reproduce some offspring. The cities of the monster plant clan usually don't summon monsters. Some monster plants don't reproduce either. They only have one and only tutelary monster plant. However, it depends on the situation. Some monster plants will reproduce a few to act as guards." Previously in gigantic Willow City, there was a descendant of a big willow tree at the city gate. It could identify the aura. The Monster Plant Clan is still okay. Monster Life Clan, I used to think that it was easier to mine. Later, I found out that there are many monsters in the cities of Monster Life Clan. Some monsters specialize in living underground. They are even more dangerous than the Monster Plant Clan. Is that so? Li Hansong murmured. He did not ask any more questions. He instantly shifted to the energy mine and said, excitedly, "So many mines! Fong Ping, if we dig the giant mine in Royal City, then—" "Stop dreaming." Fong Ping glared at him impatiently. What was wrong with these people? They wanted to dig as soon as they saw a mine. Did they really think that the mine belonged to them? Fong Ping could not be bothered with him. He took a look at Rose City, which was not far away. At this moment, there was some commotion in Rose City. At the city gate, large groups of guards began to leave the city, sweeping in all directions. It must be Old Wang and the rest who made the move, causing these people to leave the city to search. Staring at a group of guards who had just left the city, Fong Ping said in a low voice, "Let's go. We'll kill a few fellows first and ask about the situation. See how many high ranks there are in the city." Li Hansong nodded. He followed Fong Ping and carefully made his way over. At this moment, Li Hansong felt quite excited. Following Fong Ping and ambushing their guards near Royal City was too exciting. In the past, they did not dare to go near Royal City at all. It was too easy to be discovered. Now, however, the two of them were less than 100 meters away from the group of guards in front of them. The other party did not even notice them. A few minutes later, Fong Ping and Li Hansong quickly killed a group of guards. Fong Ping put away the corpses immediately and changed into the guard's armor, disguising himself and Li Hansong's aura as guards. Fong Ping used 100,000 wealth points per minute to simulate aura. With Li Hansong, it would be 1 million per minute. Although the consumption was not low for the current Fong Ping, adding another person was still bearable. Both of them wore armor and helmets. Their heads were lowered. If one did not look closely, no one would be able to tell whether they were real or fake. Li Hansong was so excited that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Just now, a group of guards passed by them like the wind. They clearly saw the two of them, but they ignored them and left just like that. This is so exciting. As soon as Li Hansong opened his mouth, Fong Ping scolded in a low voice, "Speak in the catacombs language." Hearing that, Li Hansong hurriedly said in his unpracticed catacombs language, "Fong Ping, what do we do now?" After asking, Li Hansong said excitedly, "Do we enter the city?" Fong Ping pondered for a moment and said, according to what the guard said earlier, there was originally only one rank 7 commander in the city. But I'm guessing that there are 2 of them. There should be 1 underground. He doesn't know about it, or he didn't say it on purpose. Now, the one on the surface has left Royal City and gone to Moon Laurel City. The city lord of Moon Laurel City has also returned and is searching for us. There is only 1 rank 7 in the city now. Of course, it could be a rank 8, the one underground. If the high-ranked monster attacks, he will definitely come out. I'm just afraid that the monster at Half Moon Lake won't come. Fong Ping had a slight headache. If the other party did not come, then he would not be able to lure out the high-ranked powerhouse guarding the mine underground. Whatever, let's try it first. Fong Ping exhaled and said, "Let's go to Half Moon Lake now." Qin Fengqing has left. Iron Head, can you lure the monster away for a while? Li Hansong was about to speak when Fong Ping turned around and said with a straight face, "I can refuse." Honestly, it is indeed extremely dangerous. Once it catches up to you, you're dead meat. This time we can do it or not. After all, our abilities are limited. If we really don't do it, no one will say anything. If we do it, it's just for the comfort of our hearts. As for the benefits, most probably none. Half Moon Lake doesn't have any mineral veins. Even if there are, we won't be able to dig much. When we reach the underground of Royal City, even if the high-ranked guard has left, the probability of me digging is not high. I don't have the time. Li Hansong grinned and said, "Of course, I have to get involved in such a big matter. I only hate that I'm not a grandmaster. Otherwise, during the battle in Tianan, I would have joined the battle at the passageway long ago. I wouldn't have to do something sneaky like this. Since you want to do something big, then I, Li Hansong, will accompany you any time. You're not even afraid to enter Royal City. Do you think I'm afraid of a rank 7 monster? Go ask how many of the martial artists in the modern times are afraid of death. If it were someone else, they would also do it without hesitation if they found out. So don't worry about me. You should worry more about yourself." Fong Ping heard that and immediately laughed. "All right, then let's do it. Just 1 sentence, don't die. Even if you're injured or disabled, keep your lives. I will cure you 2 one day. No problem." After saying that, the 2 of them did not waste any more time and started running toward Half Moon Lake. Along the way, they also encountered some guards who were leaving the city. However, the 2 of them were extremely fast. Sensing their auras, no one questioned them. Half an hour later, Fong Ping and Li Hansong arrived at Half Moon Lake. On the surface of the lake, the monster was still floating in the air, cultivating. Fong Ping did not know if the monster came out for a breather or if it thought that it was better to come out at night to cultivate. He could not be bothered. Glancing at the fellow that looked a little like cunning in the distance, Fong Ping said in a low voice, "Later, I will disguise myself as a Rose City martial artist and chase after you. Make a big commotion and I will do the same. I will provoke it on purpose. If it is provoked and chases after us, then I will find a place to hide my aura midway and hide. You continue to run and lure it to continue chasing after you. I will go back and raid its nest. After raiding its nest, I will make a big commotion to lure it back. There will be a time lag in between. You be careful. You too." Li Hansong took a deep breath and said, "What if it doesn't chase after us? Then we will fight, but stay a little further away from it. The aftershocks will affect it. A high-ranked monster will not be indifferent when it is provoked like this. Otherwise, this weak monster's territory would have been snatched by others long ago." Although he said that, Fong Ping swallowed and said, "If you want to affect it, then the distance is quite close. Iron Head, you can't run too fast. You really have to be careful. Don't worry. My golden bones and golden body are half awakened. Stimulating the golden body strength, I can run quite fast too." The 2 of them communicated for a while and prepared to act. They had to go through with the act. High-ranked monsters had high intelligence. If Fong Ping pretended to be a catacombs martial artist and chased after Li Hansong, It would not think that it was a human after Fong Ping raided its nest. Otherwise, if Li Hansong deliberately lured it away, even if Fong Ping left the catacombs martial artist aura, it would be easy to suspect Li Hansong. At this moment, Fong Ping dared not underestimate these monsters. Over at the Magic City catacombs, that Jiao was very smart. A few minutes later, Li Hansong's vitality erupted, and he ran madly with a muffled sound. Behind him, Fong Ping disguised himself as a catacombs martial artist. He roared angrily, "Don't run!" As soon as he said that, Fong Ping threw a punch. He did not hit anyone, but he blasted a huge crater on the shore of Half Moon Lake. In the middle of the lake, far away, the monster moved slightly. It glanced at the two of them, but did not move. Seeing that, Li Hansong gritted his teeth, stepped into the air, and entered the lake directly. Fong Ping, on the other hand, was in hot pursuit and continued to kill it. Boom! The two of them fought in the air. Vitality force and energy force exploded, blasting the calm lake's surface into waves. On the lake, the gigantic horned monster seemed to be a little angry. It suddenly roared. These two dared to fight in its territory, and not far from it. Li Hansong came here to lure it. Seeing that, he shouted angrily, "If you continue to chase me, I'll die with you." He did not care if the monster understood him or not. With a roar, he ran toward the monster. Fong Ping seemed to be a little hesitant, but he gritted his teeth and chased after it. The two of them continued to fight. The aftershocks shook and the lake's surface boiled. In the distance, the gigantic horned monster was a little angry. Roar! The gigantic horned monster roared again, but the two of them did not care and continued to fight. It was so loud that huge waves were stirred up on the surface of the lake, and the sound of explosions was endless. Roar! This time, the gigantic horned monster could not stand it anymore. Its huge body moved instantly and attacked the two of them. Without another word, Li Hansong and Fong Ping hurriedly sprinted toward the shore. Behind them, the gigantic horned monster was extremely fast, chasing them all the way. After chasing for a distance, the gigantic horned monster seemed to slow down a little. It did not have the intention to chase them to the end. In the end, just as it slowed down, Fong Ping, who was running in front, seemed to want to turn around and kill Li Hansong. He threw a punch. This punch didn't hit Li Hansong, but the force shot out and hit the giant, horned demonic beast in the distance. In front of the gigantic horned monster, a faint ripple appeared in the air. Its mentality blocked the energy force, but this time it had completely angered this monster that did not want to meddle. It was fine that the two of them trespassed into its territory, and it was fine that they fought. After a few warnings, not only did the two of them not leave, they became even more intense. It was fine that it chased the two of them out of the Half Moon Lake. It had no intention of killing them, so after chasing them out of the lake, it did not want to care about them anymore. It did not expect the other party to attack it first. This was the biggest provocation to it. At this moment, the gigantic horned monster could not restrain its anger. With a roar, a mentality attack instantly attacked the two of them. At this moment, Fong Ping's mentality overflowed and exploded instantly, blowing up a strand of the gigantic horned monster's mentality. Mentality was extremely important to high-ranked powerhouses, whether it was humans, monsters, or catacombs martial artists. At this moment, the gigantic horned monster's anger had reached its limit. Roar! The sound of an explosion rang out. The gigantic horned monster chased after them in an instant. It wanted to kill these two bastards who provoked it and even damaged its immortal spirit. Fong Ping and Li Hansong had already sprinted forward the moment Fong Ping made his move. After running for a few thousand meters, the two of them landed on the ground instantly. In the next moment, Fong Ping's aura disappeared. Li Hansong's vitality surged, and he began running in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. Fong Ping, who was hiding in the swamp, quickly sensed a rank 7 pressure above his head. mixed with infinite anger, leaving quickly. After a while, Fong Ping crawled out of the swamp, glancing at the direction Li Song had gone in, worry flashing in his eyes. Without further delay, Fong Ping quickly flew toward the Half Moon Lake. Half Moon Lake, at the bottom of the lake, at the place where the monster was floating, Fong Ping showed a hint of joy. As expected, there was indeed a small mineral vein. No wonder the monster was hovering here. Without time to look, Fong Ping quickly dug. There was a cave at the bottom of the lake, probably where the monster usually lived. There were not many things in the cave, but there were some bones of monsters, probably leftovers from the gigantic horned monsters hunting. Monsters are really poor. This small mineral vein is probably the gigantic horned monster's entire fortune. Why wouldn't it fight to the death when all its fortune was taken away? Fong Ping thought of this and quickly dug. There were not many high-ranked energy stones, very few, but there were quite a lot of middle-ranked and low-ranked ones. Fong Ping, however, did not have the time to dig them all away. He dug out some of the high-ranked ones and stuffed them into his storage space. Then he took out some of the high-ranked energy stones that he already had. He did not know if the high-ranked energy stones he dug out this way would be counted as his wealth, but there was no harm in trying. Taking out the original high-ranked energy stones, Fong Ping quickly gathered them together and stuffed them into the small mineral vein. Then Fong Ping filled it with mentality and quickly drilled out from the bottom of the lake. He had just drilled out when a loud rumble was heard. At the bottom of the lake, Fong Ping detonated the high-ranked energy stones. Worried that the commotion here would not attract the monster's attention, Fong Ping unleashed all his strength and blasted the surface of the lake. In the silent night, the sound was extremely loud. The explosions from before gradually stopped, and the surface of the lake regained its calmness. Fong Ping used his mentality to probe the area. The small energy mine below had completely disappeared. There were only a few low-grade energy stones left that had not exploded. However, they had been blasted into pieces and scattered everywhere. Along with the turbulent water flow, they were scattered everywhere at the bottom of the lake. There's nothing left. If Zhao's brothers saw this, they'd probably go crazy with rage, wouldn't they? Fong Ping left a faint catacombs martial artist's force in place as he looked into the distance. Did the large-horned monster notice? Li Song did not bring it too far, did he? According to what they had discussed, they would first circle around the Half Moon Lake. I hope Iron Head is fine. Just as he thought of this, Fong Ping's eyes flickered, and he quickly returned to the shore by midair. His aura disappeared in a flash, and then he quickly fled in the direction of Rose City. Not long after Fong Ping left, the large-horned monster broke through the air and returned. When it felt the energy tied in the center of the lake, the large-horned monster hurriedly dove into the bottom of the lake. Roar! In the blink of an eye, a powerful celestiality light pillar rose from the center of the lake. The large-horned monster's 2 big eyes were blood-red. For these high-ranked monsters, rank 7 monsters had the lowest status. It was extremely difficult to find a suitable place for them to cultivate. In the forbidden area, there were king-level monsters. The mineral veins did not have a share at all. In other places, the mineral veins belonged to the monsters and monster plants that guarded the veins. Wild monsters like them lived an extremely difficult life. The small mine in Half Moon Lake was this monster's only hope of advancing. Now that the mineral veins were gone, the large-horned monster had gone completely mad. Its giant nose twitched slightly. The large-horned monster's eyes were blood-red. It felt the remnants of that force and broke through the air, chasing in the direction Fong Ping had fled. Chapter 495. As Fong Ping ran, he released his energy aura. When he felt the strong pressure chasing after him, Fong Ping started running. Along the way, he met some Rose City guards. Fong Ping shouted, "The monsters are rioting. Run!" Some of the guards did not react. After a while, a huge figure flew past them. The mentality pressure was fully released, crushing some of them instantly. In the distance, some of the guards who were not suppressed were terrified. Someone shouted, "Go back to Royal City! The giant horned beasts are rioting. Run!" At this moment, no one could remember who Fong Ping, who had been the first to run away, was, or which troop of guards he belonged to. They only knew that if they did not run, they would all die. Fong Ping, who was in front, left them in the dust. His speed was extremely fast. Behind him, a large number of guards were being overtaken by the giant horned beasts. Those who were overtaken almost certainly died. There were no rank 6 martial artists here. A rank 6 martial artist would not be crushed to death by a rank 7. However, almost no one below rank 6 could survive. The giant horned beasts were furious. They had no intention of holding back. As they chased after Fong Ping, they swept through everything along the way. Their pressure was fully released, killing a large number of guards. Fong Ping, who was in front, was still roaring. At this moment, he heard the shouts of the catacombs' martial artists behind him. "The giant horned beasts are attacking the city. The giant horned beasts are attacking the city." Fong Ping bellowed as he sprinted madly. The soldiers he met along the way were scared witless when they felt the pressure. They all ran in the direction of Rose City. Along the way, Fong Ping kept roaring, reminding the soldiers who came to search. That night, because Moon Laurel City was destroyed, many cities were attacked. Many soldiers came out of the cities to kill the thieves. At this moment, Fong Ping revealed a rank 6 aura. Although many people did not recognize him in the rush, it did not stop them from running with Fong Ping. Therefore, with Fong Ping in the lead, they quickly formed an escape team of a few hundred people. The giant horned beasts were extremely fast. Fong Ping ran fast too. However, the people behind him could not. The team of a few hundred people gradually became smaller. A few hundred people, a few dozen people. When Rose City appeared in front of them, the giant horned beasts were less than a few hundred meters behind them. The moment Fong Ping reached the city, he roared, "Gigantic horned beasts are attacking the city!" This roar not only startled the entire Rose City, but it also provoked the giant horned beasts behind it to go hysterical. Roar! When beasts reached high ranks, they could understand the catacombs' language as well. Did it attack the city? It was the thief in front who had dug out its life organ. Not only that, but he had also blown up the ones that hadn't left. They had gone too far. Even if it was a wild, demonic beast that hadn't entered the forbidden area, it wouldn't be bullied like this. It and the 2 kings' realms of Rose City had minded their own business. This time it had been bullied to this extent, and now they even slandered it for attacking the city. The gigantic horned beast was completely enraged. Seeing that the thief was right in front of it, celestiality flickered on its giant horn and attacked Fong Ping instantly. Fong Ping stopped near the city gate on purpose. Sensing danger, he rushed into the city hurriedly. At this moment, the soldiers guarding the city did not stop him. Instead, they quickly closed the city gates. However, to a rank 7 monster, it made no difference whether the city gate was closed or not. The power of heaven and earth instantly exploded at the city gate. Boom! A loud noise was heard. A hole appeared in the huge city gate instantly, and the guards guarding the gate were instantly killed and injured. Screams and wails completely disrupted Rose City. The soldiers of Rose City probably did not expect that there would be monsters that dared to attack the royal city. This was a royal city that was guarded by 2 kings' realms. There were also venerables and chieftains. How could a mere rank 7 chieftain monster have the guts to attack the city? On the city wall, a few rank 6 battle generals were shocked and angry, but they couldn't care less. In the next moment, the city wall exploded with brilliant energy light. Several incomparably huge light beams instantly attacked the gigantic horned beast. Fong Ping, who had just rushed into the city, turned his head to take a look and was slightly surprised. What was this? A city defense cannon? It was similar to the energy cannons used by humans. It should also be a city defense weapon that used energy stones as a source of power. However, he had not seen it before. Very soon, Fong Ping felt relieved. Previously, 2 rank 9 Beast Kings had come from Skygate City, so this thing was useless. That time in gigantic Willow City, he had already entered the city. This kind of gatekeeping energy cannon was also useless against him. However, this time the gigantic horned beast was still outside the city, so it was a little useful. Several huge light beams instantly attacked the gigantic horned beast. The gigantic horned beast was also furious. Its pressure instantly erupted to the extreme. The martial artists within a radius of nearly 100 meters died almost instantly. Only a few rank 6 battle generals blocked the pressure. They roared and continued to fire energy cannons at the gigantic horned beast. Rumble. An incomparably loud noise rang out at the city gate. They've started fighting already? Fong Ping curled his lips. It was simpler than he thought. Monsters were still monsters after all. They had some intelligence, but a rank 7 monster's IQ was only average. They attacked the moment they arrived. It would be strange if the people of Rose City would let it go. Watching as dozens of rank 6 auras soared into the sky from the inner city and flew toward the city gate, Fong Ping was secretly speechless. Other than high ranks, there were also many rank SAXS in the royal city. Dozens of rank SAXS were nothing. The key was that there were even a few powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. With so many people, it would not be too much of a problem to resist a rank 7 monster. Of course, if the battle really came to an end, Rose City would definitely lose. Although rank 7 powerhouses were only 1 rank lower than these people, the difference in strength was huge. That high rank in the mind still hasn't come out. Fong Ping thought about it and felt that the pressure was still not enough. The next moment, Fong Ping, who was in the city, suddenly released his aura. It was extremely provocative. His aura flashed and disappeared instantly. Roar! Outside the city, the gigantic horned beast's eyes were blood red. With a roar, it had butted a rank 6 martial artist in front of it who was blocking its way. Boom! With a loud explosion, the rank 6 who was blocking its way was directly smashed into pieces. Damn it! Gigantic horned beast. How dare you invade the royal city? Quick, go find Commander Qinglan. It was chaos at the city gate. Inside the city, Fong Ping released his aura from time to time to provoke the gigantic horned beast. When he provoked the gigantic horned beast outside the city until its roar turned into a mad roar, Fong Ping felt that the other party was about to enter the city. Only then did he quickly retract his aura completely, not daring to provoke it anymore. This Jiao's brother was about to go crazy from his provocation. In the inner city, more and more rank 6 powerhouses went over to support. A large number of middle-ranked martial artists also began to go to support. Fong Ping looked around and raised his eyebrows slightly. That high rank who was guarding the mining area, did he sense it? He was so tolerant. At this moment, the city was filled with people everywhere. Many people walked out of their houses. Some were panicking, some were calm, thinking that nothing would happen to the royal city. Some middle-ranked and low-ranked guards also began to maintain order. These people maintained order and they were more brutal. In an instant, some of the chaotic crowd was killed. Very soon it quieted down. Seeing this scene, Fong Ping sighed. Silence was not good. Chaos was coming. The next moment, Fong Ping's mentality erupted, killing a group of guards in an instant. After killing these people, Fong Ping, who was also wearing a guard's armor, shouted angrily, "Insolence! How dare you fight back?" After cursing, Fong Ping slapped his palm. Dozens of people around him were killed by him in an instant. Ah! Screams rang out again. The crowd was in chaos again. Some people hurriedly fled in all directions. As for Fong Ping, he revealed his rank 6 aura. Looking at the other soldiers who rushed over, he shouted, Kill them! These soldiers did not know what had happened, but seeing their comrades' corpses, they were instantly enraged and began to chase after the fleeing residents. Chaos! The more chaos, the better. It's a mess. Just cleaning up the mess will take a lot of time. Fong Ping murmured in his heart, starting to create chaos continuously. At this moment, there was a deafening roar from the city gate. A section of the city wall had collapsed. Insolence! You have a death wish! At this moment, a high-ranked pressure soared from the inner city, charging toward the city gate in an instant. Fong Ping's eyes flashed with joy. He was finally lured out. Looking around, Fong Ping quickly found a sewer pipe. He sighed softly. Were all the royal city's designers the same person? The layout was all the same. Too uncreative. Following the sewer pipe, Fong Ping ran all the way toward the inner city along the underground pipe. After a while, Fong Ping felt a strong energy fluctuation. As for the great battle outside, he could not feel it too clearly, but he could faintly feel the fluctuations of a high-ranked battle. From the underground pipe, Fong Ping penetrated the mineral vein and entered the mine passage. Along the way, there were some guards who stopped. Seeing Fong Ping in armor, some were stunned. Just as some wanted to ask questions, they were quickly killed by Fong Ping. After killing these people, Fong Ping collected their corpses and changed into their clothes. The armor of the underground guards was slightly different. They might not be from the same team. After killing these people, Fong Ping disguised one of their auras and continued forward. Along the way, he encountered many guards again. Fong Ping lowered his head and pretended to be one of them, repeating the same trick. First, he used his mentality to suppress. Then he killed quickly. Almost no one below rank 6 was a match for him. Rank 6 martial artists were not everywhere either. It was not until he was near the core mining area that Fong Ping sensed 2 rank 6 auras at the entrance of the mine passage. In the core mining area, there were 2 rank SIXS guarding the mine passage. As soon as Fong Ping appeared, both of them were on high alert. They shouted, "Stop! Sir, the giant horned beast is attacking the commander-in-chief. Can't fight it. Let us go and support." Both of them were slightly stunned. The commander-in-chief could not fight the other party? Even the mining area guards had to go and support them? While these thoughts were still flashing in their minds, Fong Ping was already near them. His mentality self-detonated again. Seizing the moment when they were in a trance, Fong Ping pulled out his saber and swept both of their heads. Puff! With a sweep of the saber, the 2 rank SAXS who were still thinking of helping were killed instantly. As for Fong Ping, his face was also extremely pale. "I've self-detonated more than 20 times tonight." Fong Ping felt that his head was really going to explode at this moment. Even if it was not all of his mentality self-detonation, it was still extremely harmful to the body. If it happened another 3 to 5 times, he might self-detonate and become an idiot. "I can't self-detonate anymore." The chaos-vanquishing saber appeared in Fong Ping's hand. Celestiality filled the chaos-vanquishing saber. He kept the 2 corpses and continued walking inside. In this place, the energy was already extremely rich. As Fong Ping walked, he encountered some patrolling martial artists again. Very quickly he killed them, and the commotion started to get bigger. There are too many guards. And rank 6, while Fong Ping was thinking, a person walked out from the depths. When he saw Fong Ping, he immediately shouted, "Zimu, what happened?" Fong Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Peak rank 6. This was not a matter of killing them in seconds. At this moment, Fong Ping kind of missed what happened in Skygate City last time. At that time, Jiao was in front, leisurely and carefree. When rank 6 encountered Jiao, they would all be killed in seconds. He followed behind and casually entered the core area. Now the high ranks had left. These rank SXS were all giving Fong Ping a headache. Although he was thinking about it, Fong Ping still hurriedly said in a muffled voice, "Sir." As soon as he said that, the expression of the peak rank 6 powerhouse who was walking toward him changed. He changed his expression. But Fong Ping changed his expression even faster. Fong Ping let out a low roar. His entire body shone with golden light, and his flesh burst apart instantly. Even if the current him had an extremely strong physique, there was still a state of collapse. It could be seen how strong Fong Ping's outburst was. Fong Ping's entire body was intertwined with celestiality. The chaos-vanquishing saber was even making creaking sounds. Early on, when he saw this person, Fong Ping began to rapidly condense celestiality. Currently, he had already condensed tens of celestiality. The distance between both parties was extremely close. Fong Ping gave it his all, even to the extent that his flesh collapsed. This move was even more powerful than when he killed the peak rank 6 evil sect martial artist at early stage. Boom! A deafening roar, accompanied by Fong Ping's slash, resounded through the ground instantly. The underground mining area shook instantly. As for the peak rank 6 powerhouse opposite him, his head exploded instantly. Then his entire body collapsed. He was killed in one move. As for Fong Ping himself, he was also bleeding profusely. His face was deathly pale. Mother ***, the commotion is too big. Fong Ping panted. He did not care about his body collapsing. This was nothing, as long as his vital parts were not damaged too badly. The peak rank 6 opposite him almost did not have time to react before he was killed by him. Actually, Fong Ping could not see the other party's ability at all. Footsteps were heard all around. Fong Ping held the chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand. He did not hide anymore. At this time, he could only force his way into the innermost core area. As for the method to blow up the mine, Fong Ping had also thought of it. He planned to pile up all the high-ranked energy stones that he had left behind in the core area, then condense a large amount of celestiality and use mentality to detonate them. There were no high ranks keeping watch here. There was no one to suppress these. Once they were detonated, the core area might blow up instantly. Mother ***, the most important thing is that I don't get blown up myself. There were too many energy stones here, so many that Fong Ping was a little scared. He would not be blown up by himself, would he? Sir Zimu! Fong Ping was still moving forward when someone rushed out from inside. Seeing Fong Ping with his head lowered, he shouted. Fong Ping was currently acting as one of the 2-rank SXS guarding the door. His energy waves were released. These martial artists did not even have time to see his lowered face. Fong Ping did not reply and rushed over quickly. While these people were still in a daze, he killed these rank 4 and 5 martial artists very quickly. There are so many middle ranks. Fong Ping felt a little helpless. The move earlier caused too much commotion. If the giant horned beast could not hold the high rank back, the high rank powerhouse would rush back very soon. Even if the high rank did not come back, Fong Ping would not be able to withstand a few mentality-vitality fusion. After fighting with all his might for a while, he killed dozens of people. Fong Ping finally reached the core area. Here, there were high-ranked energy stones everywhere. However, they did not exist individually. Instead, they were connected together. Fong Ping did not have time to dig them. There was still one last rank 6 guarding the core area. On the surface, several rank SXS were fighting the giant horned beast. Underground, in such a short time, Fong Ping had already encountered 4 people. There were so many rank 6 powerhouses in a royal city. This made Fong Ping doubt himself. Were rank SIXS really like cabbages? MCMAU had been accumulating for 61 years. Until now, there were not many rank 6 martial artists. Were they not as many as a royal city? After all, MCMAU is not just a city or a city. Those rank SAXS came from all over the country. Although Fong Ping had never counted how many rank SXS there were in Sino Nation, he knew that there would not be more than 10,000. Fong Ping was exaggerating when he said 10,000 people. In reality, a few thousand was the most he could think of. How many rank SAXS were there in a royal city and affiliated towns? 100? How many rank SAXS were there in a catacombs? 1,000? Or a few thousand? Perhaps the number of rank SAXS in a catacombs was equal to the number of rank SXS in Sino Nation. It's not easy for humans. Fang Ping suddenly had this thought. The strength of humans in the middle and upper echelons was too far away from the catacombs. There was no time to think about these. The last one was also a peak rank 6 powerhouse. The other party was already prepared. The moment he saw Fang Ping, he roared, "Zimu, raise your head!" Fang Ping raised his head immediately, grinning. Boom! Mentality self-destructed again. If one was not enough, Fang Ping self-destructed again. After 2 consecutive self-destructions, the peak rank 6 opposite him was slightly dazed. The flesh on Fang Ping's right hand collapsed completely, revealing the golden hand bones. He grabbed the chaos-vanquishing saber, filled it with a large amount of celestiality, and slashed down. The peak rank 6 powerhouse came back to his senses in an instant. With a furious roar, the Sanjiao gate on top of his head opened completely in an instant. His strength was extremely powerful, and he threw a punch at Fang Ping. Boom! Fang Ping flew out backward, smashing into the energy crystal wall. Blood flowed from his mouth. The chaos-vanquishing saber had also hit the other party. The saber slashed the other party's shoulder blade. Half of his body was cut open by this slash. At their level, life and death could be decided very quickly. Fang Ping flew out backward. Without any delay, the chaos-vanquishing saber slashed out again. This time, an emperor's shadow slashed out in the void. What splattered was no longer red blood, but white celestiality. As for Fang Ping himself, he was like a porcelain doll, starting to crack. Mother asterisk cur, I've still underestimated Royal City and overestimated myself. Fang Ping scolded loudly, slashing his saber violently. The rank 6 powerhouse whose body was mutilated also let out a wild roar. The Sanjiao gate flew directly toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping scolded, "You self-destructed the mining area. The king will kill your whole family." As soon as these words came out, the other party hesitated for a moment. Just now, he was prepared to self-destruct and perish together with Fang Ping. However, when he thought of blowing up the mining area, this person did not have time to think anymore. The Emperor's shadow in the void pierced through his body, bursting the other party's skull directly. "Serval!" Fang Ping scolded. He was about to die, yet he was still overcautious. This kind of person would die in vain. 2 explosive slashes finished off the other party. There was no one left in the core mining area. At the periphery, the sound of hurried footsteps began to rush in this direction. Fang Ping did not delay either. He took out a large number of high-ranked energy stones. Last time in Magic City's catacombs, he had hidden quite a lot. At that time, the system increased his wealth by 9 billion. Fang Ping did not use much for himself. He had also handed over a large number to MCMAU. The ones used by the school were not his private stash either. At this moment, Fang Ping still had a lot left. What he had left behind were all high-ranked energy stones. Somewhat worried that it was not enough, Fang Ping thought about it, gritted his teeth, and took out the high-ranked energy stones he had obtained in Moon Laurel City and Half Moon Lake. Tens of billions of energy stones. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, his heart aching terribly. This time, the military department had to compensate him, or he would definitely fight them to the death. Although the core mining area was full of high-ranked energy stones, Fang Ping really did not have the time to mine them. I'm so great. I'm so great. I actually sacrificed myself, sacrificed countless interests, just to blow up Royal City and restrain 1 or 2 rank 9s. Humans have me, Fong Ping. Sino Nation has me, Fong Ping. How lucky are we? What a shame I can't record it. When I go back, I must get someone to record it. Fong Ping roared madly in his heart. Once again, he condensed a large amount of celestiality in his hands and poured it into those energy stones. Mentality began to pour in madly too. After a while, Fong Ping turned around and began to dig a hole. He dug 100 meters down. He had dug a tunnel earlier, so he should be able to escape quickly. What he was afraid of was that 100 meters was not deep enough, and he would still be blown to death. Fong Ping had no doubt that if the core mining area was blown up, the destructive power of the explosion might not be weaker than a 100,000-ton nuclear bomb. I'll really be blown to death. 100,000-ton equivalent. Killing radius of more than 3 kilometers. Killing area of more than 30 square kilometers. Fong Ping looked at his own golden bones. Could he take it? The last time he blew up gigantic Willow City, it only blew up a little. Later, it was destroyed by a rank 9 monster plant. This time, no one came to destroy it. If it really blew up, even if the rank 7 came back, it would be useless. Whatever. I'll run for a while first. Fong Ping hurriedly began to dig a hole. He dug all the way down, detonating his mentality. He could barely do it within 100 meters. Even if it really blew up, there was a time limit. It would not explode all at once. Fong Ping calculated the time he needed to escape. He did not know if he could make it out of the core area. As for how many people would die from the explosion this time, Fong Ping did not want to think about it. The killing area was 30 square kilometers, and this was only the core area. If the periphery was blown up, it was hard to say whether Rose City would still be there. This time I've really sinned. Fong Ping sighed in his heart. He did not have time to grieve over this. He continued to run down. When he could not sense his mentality anymore, he cut off the connection. Only then did Fong Ping grit his teeth and suddenly self-destructed his mentality. After the self-destruction, Fong Ping found the tunnels he had dug earlier and began to run wildly out of the mining area. At the moment when Fong Ping's mentality exploded, in the core mining area, a large number of high-ranked energy stones exploded instantly. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. This was just the beginning. When the powerful explosion sounded, a large amount of energy self-destructed, and a chain reaction began. The rich energy in the core mining area became the fuse. A large amount of energy began to compress and explode instantly. Rumble. As if an earthquake with a magnitude of more than 10 hit, the inner city was almost blown away in an instant. The ground cracked, and the entire royal city began to shake violently. The explosion was not over yet. This was just the beginning. The rumbling sound of the explosion became louder and louder. At the city gate, the rank 7 martial artist who was fighting with the giant horned beast saw the scene, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. D****. I'm going to kill you. D****. The commander-in-chief was mad with rage. The mining area had exploded. The commander-in-chief's eyes were about to bleed, but when he saw the explosion getting louder, he could not care less about the giant horned beast anymore. He roared, "Run, everyone run!" With a roar, the commander-in-chief was the first to escape from the city. The energy tide had already swept over, and countless residents were instantly turned into ashes. If they did not leave, even he would be in danger. The giant horned beast's eyes were filled with shock and confusion, followed by fear. Rose City was finished, and it seemed to have been misunderstood. This thought flashed across its huge brain. The giant horned beast was so scared that it turned around and ran. Run, it had to run far away. What Half Moon Lake? It could not even stay in the 11 southern territories anymore. To the Forbidden Sea, to Mount Imperial Sea. Anyway, the other places in the 11 southern territories, even the forbidden areas, could not protect it. It was finished. It had destroyed a royal city. Two monarchs would not let it go even if it died. Boom, boom, boom. The incomparably loud sound of the explosion and the energy light that illuminated heaven and earth were displayed in the Tiananmen catacombs tonight. Even the rank 9 powerhouses who were fighting hundreds of miles away stopped their movements at this moment. The next moment, a towering giant flower turned around and left. A rank 9 city lord with a shrill roar also turned around and left. A few rank 8 and rank 7 martial artists, too, ran toward the back. Something had happened to Rose City. Something big had happened. Hundreds of miles away, they could all feel the intense energy turbulence. What was that giant light pillar that shone so brightly that the entire catacombs could see? At this moment, some people already had a bad feeling. Could it be that the mining area had exploded? Then, was Rose City still there? Were the family, friends, and subordinates in the city still there? At this time, who could care about fighting with the land of rebirth martial artists? As for the humans, they were slightly dazed for a moment. The next moment, Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu had a tacit understanding. Both of them roared at the same time and joined forces to kill one of the rank 9, the weakest one. 2 of them ran away at once. If they did not kill them now, when would they do so? Both of them were top-notch powerhouses below the Paragon level. With a tacit understanding, they attacked the same person. The rank 9 city lord was terrified to the extreme and also hated to the extreme. The Rose King had run away. The tutelary monster plant had also run away. Bastards! I'm not satisfied. A shrill roar of extreme unwillingness rang out. 11 against 11. They were not at a disadvantage. The catacombs also had powerhouses. Even Monster Life Clan powerhouses had rushed over to help. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? No. The shrill roar dimmed instantly. Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu joined forces to kill the weakest person. There was no such thing as failure. Their original opponents were also blocked by the 2 rank 9s who had just lost their opponents. 1 person died in an instant. 2 left. Here, there were only 8 rank 9s left in the catacombs. The next moment, a top-notch powerhouse wearing a crown said angrily, "Retreat! Go. D***M it. B***starred. All retreat. Kill." Nan Yunue took the lead. With a roar, she chased after them instantly. Li Daong even roared, "Kill them all." A turning point had come. No one had expected that 2 rank 9s from the catacombs would actually run away just like that. Chapter 496. The rumbling was endless. Night fell. The pitch-black catacombs was now as bright as day. Tiananmen catacombs, 11 cities. Other than Rose City, even the farthest city was alarmed. Some rank 9 powerhouses who had not been mobilized looked toward Rose City's direction with solemn expressions. Not only Rose City. Over there, the most intense battle of the day had also erupted. 15 rank 9s were mobilized, 4 were killed, including the peacock demon who escaped earlier. 3 had escaped. The remaining 8 rank 9s were furious and anxious. They clearly had the upper hand. First, King Fuyu escaped. Then, the 2 from Rose City escaped. The entire situation had been reversed. At this moment, the 8 of them were facing the danger of being strangled. At this moment, the 8 rank 9s were enraged enough to burn heaven and earth. Too hateful, too indignant. They did not lose to the people from the land of rebirth. They lost to themselves. It was at this moment that an angry roar that traveled thousands of miles spread throughout the catacombs. All rank 9s mobilize. How dare you? Similarly, a roar resounded throughout the Tiananmen catacombs. The next moment, the human powerhouses heard an angry roar that resounded throughout heaven and earth. Kill them all! At first, Nan Yunue's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he was overjoyed. He roared, "Kill! Kill these beasts!" Behind him, the rank 7 and 8 grandmasters caught up one after another, fighting a bloody battle with the catacombs martial artists. Even the grandmasters, who were heavily injured, fought bravely, bathed in blood. The ground cracked, the sky cracked, and the world changed color. Within a radius of tens of miles, the aftershocks were overflowing. Other than the grandmasters who were still fighting, there was no life. Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu joined forces again. Both of them used all their strength. One saber and one spear. Shadows covered heaven and earth. As the aftershocks spread, some rank 7 and 8 catacombs martial artists were killed instantly. As for the monster plant that was targeted, its mentality fluctuation was also extremely strong. Squeak! An ear-piercing scream rang. In an instant, a saber and a spear attacked and killed the monster plant. Rumble! The sound of an explosion rang again. On this night, such an explosion had been heard many times. The golden corolla was instantly shattered. This rank 9 demonic plant was not willing to die just like that. Large amounts of life essence poured out and began to heal its wounds. Nan Yunyu and Lin Ming were also domineering to the extreme. Nan Yun Yu's long hair fluttered in the wind. With a roar, a pair of heaven-covering hands instantly appeared in the void, wrapping around the towering monster plant and squeezing it so hard that it emitted creaking sounds. At the side, Zhang Weiyu roared. In the blink of an eye, the tiny divine spear expanded in size, becoming a 100-meter-long spear. As the spear pierced downwards, it pierced through the crown of the flower all the way to its stem. Squeak! The corolla demon plant let out a shrill cry, and an extremely powerful energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from its body. Zhang Weiyu and Nan Yunue's complexions changed as they were sent flying backwards. He conveniently took away a few rank 7 and 8 martial artists nearby. In the next moment, an explosion that was even louder than the one that had exploded in Rose City earlier resounded. Below, the land within a radius of several thousand meters had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a bottomless black pit. Damn it! Nan Yunue roared angrily. The other party had self-destructed. This was the first rank 9 monster plant that they had killed. Monster plants were harder to kill than monsters, and the benefits of monster plants were greater. They might obtain some special seeds, or even large amounts of life essence. But now, under the other party's self-destruction, everything turned into nothingness. Not only that, with the other party's self-destruction, the other rank 9 powerhouses also began to flee frantically. In the distance, in a faraway place, rank 9 auras were also rising. There were 11 cities in the catacombs. There were 22 rank 9 city lords and monster plants in total. The Tian'an catacombs maintained the standard of 2 rank 9s per city. At this moment, the humans had already killed 5 of them. There were still 17 left. Other than the 2 rank 9s from Rose City, who were still rushing to Rose City, the other rank 9s were beginning to rush here. Seeing that the rank 9s had escaped the attack area, Nan Yunue said angrily, "Kill all the rank 7 and 8 martial artists." At this moment, these rank 9s were no longer chasing after those people. Instead, they began to chase after the rank 7 and 8 powerhouses. Usually, they could not slaughter these people. But this time in the great battle between both sides, the catacombs' rank 9s outnumbered them. Now that they had taken the initiative to escape, even the Paragon could not interfere when they slaughtered these people. Previously, the 2 Paragon powerhouses were confronting each other. The Catacombs Paragon requested all the Tian'an catacombs, rank 9s, to mobilize. Similarly, Commander Li also wanted them to kill these people. This meant that they could be killed. When all the rank 9s had escaped, some of the rank 7 and 8 catacombs martial artists were also taken away. But there were still some who were left behind. There were 11 human rank 9s. With so many rank 9 powerhouses around, almost in the blink of an eye, the remaining rank 7 and 8 martial artists were all slaughtered. A few minutes later, the explosions in Rose City stopped. In the distance, there were also 11 or 12 rank 9s gathered at this moment. The catacombs rank 9s had gathered. Nan Yunue and the others did not pursue any more. These people floated in midair, confronting the other party from afar. After a while, Li Daong said ecstatically, "In this battle, starting from the moment we entered the Tian'an catacombs, we killed 5 rank 9s, 17 rank 8s, and 82 rank 7s. Victory!" At this moment, all the grandmasters, no matter how serious their injuries were, could not help but burst into tears, cheering loudly. The catacombs' powerhouses killed in this battle was comparable to the capital city catacombs battle back then. In this battle, the losses were not as heavy as back then. In fact, the difference was huge. Li Daong continued, "On our side, King Axe has fallen. 6 rank 8s have died. 11 rank 7s have died. At the cost of 18 Grandmasters' death, they killed more than 100 catacombs powerhouses, including 5 rank 9s. This was a great victory that had never been achieved before. At this moment, everyone could not care less about sorrow. There was only ecstasy, only hot tears in their eyes. In the Tian'an catacombs, this battle had carved out a bright heaven and earth. In the Tian'an catacombs, the rank 7 and 8 powerhouses were either dead or injured. At this moment, there were less than 30 rank 7 and 8 powerhouses left in the Tian'an catacombs. As for the rank 9s, there were only 17 of them. In this battle, he had killed so many people that they were afraid of him. Would these 17 rank 9s still dare to continue fighting with humans? Would Monster Life Clan still dare to continue fighting? Among the 5 rank 9s killed in this battle, from Monster Life Clan, other than the last monster plant, the rest were all Monster Life Clan powerhouses. Would they still dare to fight with humans? Kill until they were terrified. Of the 10 rank 9s in Monster Life Clan, almost half were dead or injured. Should the remaining 6 fight to the death or continue? Among the 3 monsters and 2 city lords who came, other than the peacock monster that escaped, of the 5 rank 9s in Monster Life Clan's 5 cities, were killed and 1 escaped. At this moment, everyone believed that they were afraid. If they were not afraid, right now, the rank 9s who had converged on the opposite side would not have stopped moving forward. Other than the 2 from Rose City, they still had 15 rank 9s, more than humans. However, at this moment, they had stopped moving forward. No one moved. Both sides were just facing each other. A hint of disdain flashed across Nan Yunue's eyes. She snorted coldly. "A bunch of cowards. This is good too. Right now we're also exhausted. Rest well. This battle has just begun, not over yet. This time when we enter Tian'an catacombs, if we don't kill until they're terrified, until they have no more strength to fight, we won't stop." The Tian'an catacombs battle this time was a great battle that Sino Nation had been preparing for 2 years. We must kill until the catacombs are terrified. Kill until they have no more strength to fight against humans. 17 rank 9s. A cold glint flashed across Nan Yunue's eyes. He had to kill at least 4 or 5 of them. 1 city. Leaving 1 for him was already the limit. Thinking of this, Nan Yunue suddenly thought of the key to turning the situation around this time. She murmured, "What's going on with Rose City?" If it were not for the sudden departure of the 2 rank 9s from Rose City, the situation would not be like this. Beside her, the heavily injured Wu Quishan hesitated for a moment. He coughed softly and said, That Fong Ping said long ago that he wanted to blow up the royal city for real. Fong Ping? He blew up Rose City. This is impossible, right? How could it be? Even if some people knew Fong Ping very well, they were stunned at this moment. Nan Yunue, on the other hand, was somewhat convinced. After a while, she said, "It's really him that was such a big explosion. Fong Ping." As soon as she said this, Wu Quishan and the rest's expressions changed. The explosion was too powerful. It was so powerful that even if it was 100 or 200 li away, the energy tide began to sweep across the land. The explosion lasted for 4 to 5 minutes. In these 4 to 5 minutes, the entire catacombs was illuminated. With such a powerful explosion, Rose City was probably completely finished. Detonating the energy mine was not something that could be done with remote control. At this moment, Wu Quishan, Lu Fengru, and the rest's expressions darkened. Zhang Weiyu said suddenly that it might not be Fang Ping's doing. He's only a rank 6 after all. Minister Wang, who was like a candle in the wind, sighed and said, "If it's not him, who else could it be? Can people like us enter the royal city?" Only he can. When he was in the Nanjiang catacombs, he sneaked into gigantic Willow City and blew up half of gigantic Willow City. After that, in the Magic City catacombs, he also sneaked into Skygate City and destroyed half of Skygate City. This time he entered the Tianan catacombs. I knew that a royal city would suffer this time. Nan Yunyue's expression changed again and again. After a while, she said, "You said that they went to look for someone. This time, Fang Ping and the rest entered the catacombs. Everyone knew their purpose. They were looking for someone. Looking for someone. If they found someone, they would blow up the royal city." In the crowd, someone sighed softly and said, "Even if something really happened, it would be a worthy death. If it was really done by them, then they would be Sino Nation's heroes." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fengru suddenly scolded, "He won't die even if you die. Don't jinx me." Beside her, the pale Qin Yaoting also said, "If it's really them, I believe that with Fang Ping's shrewdness, he won't seek his own death." Nan Yunyue interrupted, "There's no point in talking now. Everyone, go back and recuperate and rest first. When you've recovered, we'll attack Rose City tomorrow." Although the human rank 9s were not as many as the other party, there were still many rank 7s and 7s. Rank 8 powerhouses like Wu Quishan, could fend off rank 9s. For the weaker ones, 3 or 5 of them could also hold off a rank 9s for a while. As for rank 7 martial artists, 3 to 5 of them were naturally not a match for rank 9s. However, if there were more, 10 to 20 of them, as long as they cooperated well, they could also hold off the other party. At this moment, there were more than 10 rank 8s and more than 60 rank 7s left. Even if the other party sent out all the rank 9s, Nan Yunyue, and the rest still had the confidence to win. However, everyone was severely injured now. Even she and Zhang Weiyu, after killing many rank 9s consecutively, were now an arrow at the end of its flight. Going to Rose City at this time would only increase the casualties. Let's go back first. Having said that, Nan Yunyue and the rest began to return. Wu Quishan and the rest took a look at Rose City in the distance, sighed and began to return too. The few of them had no energy left now. If they went, they would only be sending themselves to death. In the distance, the 2 rank 9s from Rose City had already gone mad. The rank 9's coercion had erupted to the extreme. The other catacombs, rank 9s, who were initially still approaching, probably wanting to hold them accountable. Now, they all retreated one after another. Wu Quishan could even sense the 2 deranged rank 9s beginning to attack those people. The royal city that had been guarded for hundreds of years was gone. Everything was gone. For these rank 9s, the royal city was not only about power and status, it also represented the hope of advancement, the hope of entering the pinnacle. Whether it was the underground, mineral veins, or the royal city itself, they were all paths to advancement. The mineral veins were energy requirements, while the royal city was a path to enter the pinnacle. Rank 9s built cities to walk this path that many catacombs paragons had walked. However, at this moment, the royal city was gone, and the mineral veins were gone. This dead-end path of 1 man and 1 monster plant was probably completely hopeless. How could they not go mad? All the rank 9 city lords, rank 9 monster plants and monsters had guarded the city for hundreds and thousands of years. Was it just for power? Others might not understand, but the city lords and the monster plants and monsters of the Guardian clan all understood, including the paragon in the restricted area. Therefore, at this moment, these two rank 9 were deranged, and no one said anything about escaping earlier. The catacombs' powerhouses were selfish in nature. Outside Rose City, more than 50 li away, Qin Fengqing hid in a burrow, shivering. He was really shivering a little. It was too terrifying. First, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Not long after that, a rank 9 went mad. Even from dozens of li away, he could feel that kind of madness and rage. The roar was even more earth-shattering. In the burrow, Qin Fengqing wiped his sweat, swallowed, and said in a low voice, "Mother asterisk her, this kid is too crazy." He really King blew it up, just like that. Don't tell me he's dead? At this moment, he did not dare to go near Rose City anymore. Over there, the rank 9's pressure was rampant. And after such a huge explosion earlier, was that kid Fong Ping still alive? He's probably alive. The key is that this kid better pray that those rank 9's don't find him. Even if they grind his bones and scatter his ashes, there's no way to vent their anger. Qin Fengqing shuddered. If Fong Ping was caught, it would be more than just a matter of grinding his bones and scattering his ashes. They could torture him for 100 years, and it would not be enough. Moreover, the power of this explosion was really King huge. At this moment, Qin Fengqing did not even dare to imagine how many energy mines Fong Ping had blown up. The power of the explosion in Moon Osmantha City previously was not even 1% of this. No, not even 1/1000. The catacombs, which was comparable to half the size of Sino Nation, had been blown up for a moment. One could imagine how many energy ores had been blown up at that moment. Even tens of li away, Qin Fengqing could feel that the energy concentration in the air had actually increased. Qin Fengqing was trembling. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, was sighing. He said in a low voice, "Instructor, even if you're really still in Rose City, this time it's still a worthy death." Fong Ping had blown up Rose City. If his instructor was still in Rose City, then this time he would definitely be dead meat. However, Wang Jinyang could not say anything. He could not blame anyone. Using the existence of a city in the catacombs to accompany his instructor in death. It was worth it. It was too worth it. For this matter, forget about the rank 5 Zhang Qingnan. Even if he asked a rank 8 powerhouse to carry out a suicide attack, the other party would not hesitate and think that it was worth it. A rank 9 might not seem to be worth it, but using a rank 8's life to wipe out a city of people was definitely worth it. Wang Jinyang sighed. This time he had also given up the thought of continuing to look for people. At the same time, in a small mountain forest some distance away from Half Moon Lake, Li Hansong was lying limply on the ground, covered in blood. He grinned. Exciting. Exciting enough. I can't believe I can still see such a grand scene in this lifetime. Tonight was too exciting. Destroying a small city, seeing a giant mine, luring a rank 7, watching Fong Ping blow up a royal city with a smile. Looking back at it now, even the previous joint effort to kill a powerhouse with mentality-vitality fusion was nothing. What was killing a rank 6? What was destroying a small city? Directly destroying a royal city? In the past 100 years, only when hundreds of grandmasters participated in the battle in the capital city catacombs that year, and even a paragon intervened, could they finally destroy 2 royal cities. Now Fong Ping, a rank 6 martial artist, did it. This was the real legend. Not only were these people shocked and excited. North Lake Catacombs, Mount Royal Sea. Commander Li was a little confused. Tianan Catacombs. Who the CK had the guts to blow up a royal city? The paragon opposite Mount Royal Sea was almost going crazy with anger. A few rank 9's dying was actually not a big deal. The key was that this kind of giant mine was limited. The number of giant mines in a catacombs depended on how many cities and forbidden areas there were. Cities and forbidden areas did not exist randomly. Without a giant mine, there would not be the existence of cities and forbidden areas. One less giant mine meant that from now on, the 11 southern territories would have one less city. Even if 2 rank 9s were still alive, it would be the same. If a city was destroyed, it could still be rebuilt, or even relocated. However, if a giant mine like this was destroyed, it also meant that Rose City would truly become a thing of the past. The Catacombs Paragon opposite was so angry that he wanted to kill his way in. Even for a Paragon powerhouse, a giant mine like this could not be regenerated. Commander Lee might be puzzled, but he was also extremely vigilant. Although both sides had reached a tacit agreement before, this time it would not involve a battle between the Paragons. However, now that the giant mine was blown up, it was hard to say. He had to be more vigilant. The key is, who blew up Rose City? Silhouettes flashed across Commander Lee's mind. For now, he had not thought of Fong Ping and these few young fellows. Even if they could be a few old fellows, he had not considered their strength yet. Outsiders guessed and were shocked. The Paragon was enraged and the rank 9s were mad. And deep underground, at least 700 to 800 meters underground, Fong Ping felt like he was dying. Who's going to dig me? Get out. I am really going to be blown up by myself. At this moment, Fong Ping felt like he was about to fall apart. Although the explosion did not happen in a moment, when the core mining area was blown up, he was also affected by the aftershock. His flesh was obliterated again, and he was also blasted deep underground, buried by countless soil and stones. This time, the explosion caused him to be seriously injured again. It was not even lighter than the injury caused by the evil sect that day. So painful. My flesh is gone again. Fong Ping wanted to cry, but had no tears. The losses were too heavy. Tens of billions of energy stones were gone. The half-golden body that he had spent more than 10 billion to forge was also gone. Whether he could recover on his own was hard to say at the moment. If he could not, then he would have to spend more than 10 billion to find a rank 8 to save his life. Tens of billions were gone, just like that. The key was that he had blown up a giant mine. There were hundreds of trillions. In this life, he had never been so wasteful and extravagant. I'm really numb to killing people now. I've killed until blood flows like a river. Fong Ping really did not know how many people were killed in this big explosion. However, with so many people in Rose City, there might not be many who survived. Sigh, I'd better run first. I'm afraid the rank 9 will come back. Fong Ping could already feel that oppressive feeling. Although it was so painful that he had the urge to die, he could not care less. He carefully dug a hole underground and escaped. The further he got from Rose City, the better. He had no doubt that now that he had been discovered, maybe he could pretend to be a Rose City survivor? Fong Ping muttered in his heart. He could disguise his aura. Moreover, when he blew up the mine earlier, the underground guards were probably all dead. No one might know that he was the one who did it. Could it be that the Rose City rank 9 knew everyone in the city? Should I pretend to be a survivor? Seeing that I'm a rank 6, maybe the 2 rank 9s will take extra care of me? After thinking about it, Fong Ping felt that it was still necessary to run. Who knew what a rank 9 would think when he was angry? As he dug, Fong Ping suddenly felt a little awkward. Old Wang's instructor isn't in Rose City, right? This time he was looking for someone. As he was looking, how did he end up blowing up Royal City? Qin Fengqing misled me. Li Hansong misled me. Old Wang didn't even try to persuade me. Sigh, really? Fong Ping pushed all the blame away. He would accept the credit of saving mankind. As for the matter of missing the person, he really could not be blamed. However, he thought of what those people said earlier. These humans who were captured had been taken away long ago. Fong Ping felt that perhaps he could continue his journey of finding the person. Continue to find the person. Don't blow up Royal City anymore. If I blow up more, I'll really torture myself to death. Previously, he was thinking about blowing up 4 royal cities. Now, Fang Ping felt that he was thinking too much. If he did it 4 times, he could really torture himself to death. As he dug a hole, Fang Ping thought about these messy things. Finally, he looked at his mangled body again. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. Thinking back to a few hours ago, he had great ambitions. He had promised not to run this time. Running away every day did not feel good. Now forget it. It was better not to mention it. Chapter 497. While Fang Ping was still digging underground, the sky brightened. A day had passed. In just one day, the Tian'an catacombs had undergone earth-shattering changes. 11 royal cities had stood strong for thousands of years. The Great War 2 years ago did not even affect Rose City. This time, Rose City was reduced to ashes in less than a day. In the sky above the ruined Rose City, a powerhouse wearing a crown stared at the commander, who was kneeling in the void in front of him. After a long time, the crown powerhouse said coldly, "You said it was done by the gigantic horned beast." "King, I think the thief who sneaked into the mining area of life must be related to the gigantic horned beast. If not for the gigantic horned beast attack, I would not have left the mining area of life. Damn it." The King Crown expert roared angrily and sent Commander Qinglan flying several hundred meters away with a palm strike. When Commander Qinglan flew back and knelt down again, the Crown powerhouse bellowed, "Who allowed you to leave the mining area of life without permission?" Rose King was furious. If Commander Qinglan had not left his post, the thief might not have been able to sneak into the mining area. He had already checked. Although the mining area had been destroyed because of the explosion, some residual marks told him that the thief who sneaked into the mining area this time was not very strong. They might only be rank 7. If Commander Qinglan did not leave, the thief might not be able to destroy the mining area. He glanced at Commander Qinglan coldly. If Rose City had not been destroyed and all the chieftain powerhouses had not been lost, he would have killed him with a palm. Rose King looked around, suddenly feeling a little desolate. In the huge Rose City, apart from him and the tutelary, there was only 1 venerable and 2 rank 7 chieftain powerhouses left. They had left quickly, so there were still 3 rank 7 and 8 people left. As for the other cities, the rank 7 and 8 powerhouses did not leave. In some cities, all the rank 7 and 8 powerhouses had been wiped out. As for the tens of thousands of guards and countless subjects, almost all of them were killed. Now, only a few survivors were left in the ruined city, moaning and crying. Among the survivors, there were only 5 rank 6 warlords. Royal City was really done for. The mineral vein of life was gone. The subjects were gone. Even after so many years, there were only a few commanders and venerables left. In this battle, he and the tutelary had sustained considerable injuries. Looking to the south, the powerhouses of the land of rebirth had yet to retreat. The restricted area's order was to fight to the death with the other party. Could it be that he had to continue fighting to the death? Why were they fighting to the death now? Previously, it was because Monarch City was here. Monarch City was a dead end for him and the Guardian. He had to fight whether he wanted to or not. But now, Rose King looked to the west and suddenly said, "Gather all the generals!" The only Exalt Realm expert at the side didn't say anything, and it didn't take long for him to fly into the ruined city and gather everyone. A moment later, 5 rank 6 powerhouses flew over cautiously. There were almost 100 rank 6 powerhouses in Rose City. Now only a few were left. After a while, a gigantic rose moved through the air, swaying gently as it approached. The Rose King glanced at the guardian deity. After a while, she said in a gloomy tone, "Royal City has been destroyed. Green Jade, our path is broken." On the rose, the mentality was fluctuating violently. On the branch, a human face was vaguely visible, but it was not very clear. When the Rose King saw this, she said with a bleak expression, "The path to becoming a true king has been broken. Green Jade, you can't materialize anymore in this lifetime. You and I have been together for 200 years. When Japan's Wang Jianqing was here, he promised to help you materialize so that you can walk freely in this world. But now, the Rose King sighed again. After a while, she said, I want to go to the bounded zone and seize the last chance to step into true king realm. However, 3 monarchs have gone to the restricted area, and there are powerhouses from the land of rebirth rushing there too. Green Jade, do you want to fight this time? The Rose shuddered. The Rose King said coldly, a true king can't enter the bounded zone. There's a risk of dying. Unless it's absolutely necessary, these people won't trespass the bounded zone. As long as I step into true king realm in the bounded zone, I won't have to worry about them anymore. The Rose's mentality began fluctuating violently. The Rose King said in a low voice, I've decided. Green Jade, I need you to help me once. The Rose's mentality did not fluctuate this time. Stay here and help me attract the attention of others, including the attention of the true kings at Imperial Sea Mountain. I'll bring the others to the bounded zone. As long as the true kings and the monarch's attention are on you, they won't be able to discover my whereabouts from such a distance. When I become a true king, I'll definitely help you materialize. The Rose trembled slightly for a moment. After a long while, a wave of mentality spread out. A smile appeared on the Rose King's face, but it quickly turned into coldness. She tilted her head to look at the others and said in a low voice, The few of you, follow me to the bounded zone. King, the only venerable realm powerhouse, looked worried. He said in a low voice, The bounded zone is filled with danger. Moreover, we can't enter the sealed world at all, the Rose King said coldly. Do you think I didn't make any preparations in the past few years? I naturally have a way to enter the sealed world. I'm bringing the few of you along, just in case. Help me avoid unnecessary trouble. Yes. The few of them dared not say anything else. They lowered their heads. The Rose King stopped talking and looked into the distance. Now that things had come to this, they could only take a gamble. After thinking for a while, she turned to look at the Rose and said, Green Jade, give me the fountain of life. If there's a chance to cross over, you can lend me a hand. The Rose did not say anything else. Soon, a transparent door opened on the trunk. In the door, the life essence that was like a fountain kept tumbling. At the side, the few Rose City powerhouses looked on with envy. The fountain of life could only be condensed by monster plants. Monster plants of average strength could not do it. Rank 7 and 8 could, but rank 7 and 8 monster plants were all in the cultivation stage. Without a huge mine, they could not condense much. In fact, they would not condense much. These rank 7 and 8 monster plants absorb the energy directly for their own cultivation. At rank 9, these monster plants had no future and did not need much energy. That was why they accumulated so much energy and condensed life essence in preparation for the future. The fountain of life floated out of the rose branch. The Rose King wasted no time. Her mentality erupted and quickly began to compress and wrap the life essence. After a while, the life essence was condensed into a green sphere the size of a human head. The Rose King opened his mouth wide and swallowed the sphere, storing the life essence in his body. This was Rose City's 200 years of accumulation. It was also the last thing of value in Rose City. After swallowing the life essence, the Rose King did not absorb and digest it. At this moment, even if he absorbed it, it would not be of much use to him. There was only hope for him to use it when he broke through the realm. As for himself, although he had not reached the highest stage of rank 9, as long as he found the path to becoming a true king, these small barriers were no big hurdles. The life essence would be enough for him to break through the realm quickly. After doing all this, the Rose King glanced at Rose City again, then looked at the bounded domain thousands of miles away. Originally, unless it was a dead end, these people did not want to go to the bounded domain. This time, however, he had no choice but to go. No matter how dangerous it was, as long as he achieved true king, he would no longer have to listen to the orders of the restricted area and fight to the death with the land of rebirth powerhouses. A few king realms had fallen one after another. The Rose King was afraid. He did not want to go on. If the restricted area wanted to enter the land of rebirth, then they should come themselves. Even if he and his people really entered the land of rebirth and found the seed of rebirth, what could they do? They would still be at the mercy of the restricted area. Only by achieving true king could he control his own destiny. The Rose King tilted his head and glanced at the rose flower. Without another word, he landed on the ground. The other powerhouses followed suit. The Rose King did not say a word. Although he did not use flight step, his speed was still extremely fast, rapidly heading west. As soon as he left, the rose flower, which was left behind, unleashed an extremely powerful mentality pressure. Its branches whipped at the void, causing the void to explode and the ground to crack. In the distance, the other catacombs' rank 9 powerhouses were all distracted. Someone could not help but curse in a low voice. Crazy again. Rose City had been destroyed. The 2 king realms of Rose City had gone completely crazy. No one knew how long this kind of daze would last. Now they were counting on these 2 fellows to continue fighting with the land of rebirth powerhouses. Not to mention whether they would attack. Even if they did, these people had to be careful that these 2 fellows would go crazy at any time and attack their own people. If it really came to that, they might as well not let them fight. Other than these 2, there were only 15 rank 9s left in the 11 southern territories. As for the Monster Feather City where King Fuyu was, King Fuyu did not come. Neither did King Fuyu. King Fuyu had escaped earlier. Now he had simply holed up in the mining area of life, refusing to come no matter what. Even the true king's order was useless. With this calculation, there were only 13 left. Monster Life Clan. As for the other 4 cities, 2 castellans and 2 guardian beasts had fallen this time. There was only 1 rank 9 left in a city. Now he might not be in the mood to fight anymore. The reason why he came to meet up was probably because he had no other choice. In this case, there were even fewer rank 9s who could fight. Looking at the rebirth passageway from afar, it was a magnificent sight. After a long time, someone said in a low voice, "Everyone, what should we do next?" Someone said slowly, "Wait." Wait? Wait for the few from the restricted area to return. Otherwise, I don't want to die. It's not easy to cultivate to our level. We can wait, but will the people from the land of rebirth wait? Everyone was silent. After a while, someone said again, "Let's not split up to prevent being defeated one by one. As long as we stay together, the people from the land of rebirth won't dare to risk fighting us to the death. Yes, wait for the restricted area to make its move. As long as the other territories have the restricted area's order, they will take the initiative to attack and create pressure on the land of rebirth. There won't be so many king realms gathering in the 11 southern territories anymore. Then we'll wait. What about Rose King and the rest? Don't care about them. If they didn't leave, this situation wouldn't have happened." Many king realms discussed for a while. Very soon, more than 10 king realm powerhouses began to retreating to a city behind Rose City. At this moment, Fong Ping was still unaware of the changes in the current situation. He also did not know that when Rose City exploded, the humans had killed another 2 rank 9 powerhouses. After digging underground for half a day, Fong Ping felt that he was far away from Rose City. Only then did he start to poke his head out. After poking his head out from the ground to check for a while, Fong Ping let out a long breath. After exhaling, Fong Ping suddenly cursed under his breath. "My whole body is leaking air. Why am I still panting?" He had become a sieve. He did not know what was the point of having to exhale. Where are Old Wong and the rest? Fong Ping had previously agreed to meet them at the swamp on the other side of Half Moon Lake. But now, could he still go? Did Giant Horned Beast go back? Did Rose City's rank 9 go after it? Fong Ping did not know that Giant Horned Beast had already escaped without a trace. It did not return to Half Moon Lake at all. When Half Moon Lake's mineral vein was blown up, it did not even pack its luggage and run away. It ran away directly. As for Rose King, she also brought people to the bounded domain. She did not go after Giant Horned Beast at all. In reality, there was no need to go after it. Rose King also knew that Giant Horned Beast must have run away. If she had the time to chase after this monster everywhere, she might as well go to the bounded domain to fight for opportunities. Looking down at his leaking body, Fong Ping felt a little helpless. He crawled out from the ground, looked around, and murmured, "Where is this? Should I go back to Sky South City now? Or continue looking for people? Forget it. I'll meet up with Old Wong and the rest first." Fong Ping did not know if those fellows had gone to the swamp on the other side of Half Moon Lake. But even if they did not go, he still had to look for Iron Head. Li Hansong had lured Giant Horned Beast away for a while. He did not know if it was still alive. He took out a spare set of armor from the storage space and put it on. Fong Ping continued to pretend to be a catacombs martial artist, ready to ask someone for directions. Now, Fong Ping was not afraid of getting lost. Everyone was on the same side. It was not a big problem to ask for directions. After wandering around for more than half an hour, Fong Ping encountered a group of people fleeing. A group of people fleeing from Rose City. There were not many people who survived in Rose City. Now that the guardian monster plant was going berserk, these people did not dare to stay in Rose City anymore. They began to flee in all directions. Half an hour later, Fong Ping said goodbye to this group of people fleeing. Before leaving, the leader of the group thanked Fong Ping profusely. This lord was too kind. At this time, he actually escorted them and helped them kill a rank 5 monster. If not for the destruction of Royal City, some of the young martial artists in the group would have wanted to rely on this lord and join the defense force. A few of the young martial artists looked regretful and worshipful. Some of the elders also thanked him profusely. If Fong Ping did not stop them, they would have kowtowed to express their gratitude. Fong Ping also said goodbye to everyone reluctantly. As he walked, he said, "Everyone wait for me to go back and see if any of my family members survived. When I find them, I will go to Iris City to visit you." "Lord, you're too serious. We should be the ones visiting you." A few of the elders were panic-stricken and hurriedly thanked him again. Fong Ping chuckled. "It's okay. Since your son is also a member of the Rose military, then we are all family. Now that the Royal City has been destroyed, people like us who are wandering around outside should keep in touch. Then we will wait for you, Lord." The survivors bowed and thanked him again. This lord was very powerful. Now that Rose City was destroyed, if they went to other cities, they would be living under someone else's roof. Although some of them had relatives in other cities and did not die this time, they had only just achieved rank 5. They could not compare to this powerhouse who could kill a rank 5 monster so easily. Fong Ping said no more and left quickly. When he was a distance away, Fong Ping muttered, "Good people will be rewarded. A kind person like me should be rewarded." Look, both sides were mortal enemies, and he even saved their lives. Where else could he find such a good person? As for why these people would leave their homes and flee, that had nothing to do with Fong Ping. I wonder if they have the habit of erecting a longevity temple here. Just because I saved their lives, it would not be too much for them to erect a longevity temple for me later. Iris City, Fong Ping rubbed his chin. Maybe he should go there. Of course, this time it was not to blow up the city. Fong Ping did not want to court death again. Moreover, the battle at the Tianen passageway seemed to have stopped. It was possible that these rank 9s had returned. After bypassing the ruined Rose City, Fong Ping also saw the towering giant flower going crazy. After more than an hour, Fong Ping arrived at the swamp of Half Moon Lake. As soon as he arrived at the swamp, Fong Ping said hurriedly, "It's me." As soon as he said that, Li Hansong emerged from the side and breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were from Rose City. Are you okay?" What could happen to me? Are you okay? Li Hansong was not much better than Fong Ping at this moment. His body was also badly damaged. Hearing Fong Ping's question, Li Hansong said helplessly, I'm fine. If you didn't lure that guy away in time, I would be in trouble. When I saw you bringing a group of high ranks out for a stroll, I thought it was pretty easy. Only now do I realize that it's more dangerous than I thought. If Fong Ping had not lured the giant horned beast away in time, he would have been killed. Fortunately, the giant horned beast was furious that its lair was raided. It did not pursue to the end and ran back. It's good that you're okay. Did Old Wang and the others not come? Not yet. As he spoke, Fong Ping turned his head and glanced at them. He said, Come out if you're here. I thought you guys wouldn't come back. You're not dead yet. How can we die so easily? In the small forest, Qin Fengqing and Wang Jinyang walked out together. Qin Fengqing circled Fong Ping and grinned. You didn't die even after that. I told you that you're a mascot. Look how tough you are. Fong Ping glanced at him. He was too lazy to say more. He said directly, Previously, to blow up the royal city, I threw out all the energy ores we harvested as primers and detonated them. Qin Fengqing, your harvest is gone now. Qin Fengqing's expression stiffened instantly. He could not help but curse in a low voice. Are you crazy? This guy had thrown away all the energy ores? Fong Ping said indifferently. Later, report to the military department and see if they can compensate me. After all, I blew up a royal city. It's good enough that I didn't ask them for extra fees. What should be compensated, right? The military department is penniless. Do you expect the military department to compensate you? Qin Fengqing cursed again. Fong Ping sneered. What do you know? The government might not have a lot of reserves, but they do have good stuff. The government is nervous about this kind of public resource because there are many people who need it. However, the government has a lot of high-end resources, and they're still in their hands. Usually, they can't even exchange for it. This time, they should at least share some with me. Otherwise, who would do such a huge loss next time, right? Without saying anything more, Fong Ping thought for a while, looked at Old Wang and said, The purpose of our visit this time is to look for someone. As soon as he said that, their expressions stiffened. You had already blown up the royal city. What was there to look for? Fong Ping coughed softly and laughed dryly. We can still continue looking for people. Didn't I say it before? Back then, Rose City captured a group of people, killed some of them, and brought the rest away. There wasn't any news before, and I wasn't sure if it was true or not. Now I know some news. Before I came back, I saved a group of refugees from Rose City. The three of them looked at him strangely. You saved a group of refugees? Why did these words sound so weird? Fong Ping ignored them and continued. The son of the leader of this group is also a member of Rose City's garrison, but he's in Iris City now. I heard that he went to Iris City to carry out a mission. As for what the mission is, although I'm not too sure, I heard that it's to escort a group of people to the west and be in charge of the handover with Iris City. Do you think the group of people escorted are the martial artists who were captured? Why don't we go to Iris City to take a look and find that guy to ask about the situation? Qin Fengqing was speechless. You destroyed someone's royal city, and you still want to find someone to ask about the situation? Nonsense. I'm his father's savior. What's wrong with asking about the situation? Everyone was speechless. What he said made sense. The point was, did he not feel guilty when he said the word savior? Ridicule aside, the few of them did not say anything else. Wang Jinyang glanced at Fong Ping. After a while, he sighed and said, Why don't we just forget about it? He did not really want to continue. This trip to look for people made his heart skip a beat. Now they had to go to another royal city. Who knew what would happen? Fong Ping said seriously, Since I promised you that we would look for people together, of course we have to find them. Now that we haven't found them, I don't think we should give up halfway. We still have to continue looking. Even if we can't find them, or if they're confirmed dead, it's not too late to give up. Brother Wang, that's your instructor. Wang Jinyang smiled bitterly. Of course I want to continue looking. But according to the way you're looking, don't worry, Brother Wang. I'll definitely keep a low profile this time. Fang Ping said solemnly, then said helplessly, we can't blow up the city anymore. Without the high-ranked energy stones and a catalyst, it'll be very difficult to blow up the city. Moreover, my injuries are not light now. If I enter the underground of the royal city again, I'll be done for. This time we're really looking for people. If we really can't find them, we'll give up and return to Tiannan. Wang Jinyang thought for a moment and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble everyone. Having said that, he looked at Fang Ping and added, this time we're really looking for people. Of course. Fang Ping agreed readily. Then he took out a few sets of armor and handed them to everyone. Let's go. Let's go to Iris City and take a look. Now that my flesh has collapsed, I wonder if I can get some life essence to repair my body this time. As soon as he said that, Wang Jinyang's body stiffened. Don't tease me. Mother *her. You just said that you wouldn't mess around this time. Where can I find life essence? Of course, it's where the plant monster is. This guy actually wants to get some life essence. Seeing that, Fang Ping coughed dryly and said hurriedly, I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. This thing isn't everywhere. Wang Jinyang sighed and said nothing more. Chapter 498. They said they wanted to go to Iris City, but considering that the fleeing team was not fast, it was useless to go there early. Plus, they were all injured, so they decided to heal first. They found a secluded place. When it was time to heal, Fang Ping looked left and right, and finally decided to heal with Li Hansong. Therefore, Li Hansong, who had just sat cross-legged, quickly stiffened. Fang Ping was hugging him. He was hugging him. Li Hansong's face turned green. What was Fang Ping doing? What was he trying to do? They were two grown men, and this bastard was hugging him. It was too mushy. Qin Fengqing was stunned. Fang Ping had this kind of hobby? This was too *king evil. Wang Jinyang was not surprised. He distanced himself from Fang Ping. He was starting to doubt now. Was Fang Ping really a resurrected powerhouse? This guy had been injured a few times, but he did not see his imperishable substance recovering. His injuries were not light. Li Hansong's injuries were not light either, but his injuries were healing. Wang Jinyang, who also had imperishable substance, could sense that Li Hansong's imperishable substance was reviving and helping him heal. Fang Ping, Li Hansong was about to cry. What was going on? Fang Ping chuckled. It's okay, it's okay. You heal your injuries and pretend that I don't exist. Know this. How can I pretend that you don't exist? Li Hansong wanted to cry, but had no tears. You're hugging me so tightly. How can I pretend that you don't exist? Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping cautiously, muttering, Pervert! Fang Ping glanced at him and sneered, too lazy to explain. He coughed lightly and said, Ironhead, hurry up and heal. Don't waste time. Don't martial artists even have this bit of willpower? Li Hansong really wanted to cry. If you were a woman, I would accept it. You're a man, hugging me and saying that I don't have willpower? Helpless as he was, Li Hansong had roughly guessed Fang Ping's intention and could only start healing. As he healed, his damaged flesh began to heal rapidly. As for Fang Ping, his flesh was also sizzling. He was starting to recover. Qin Fengqing, who was originally healing himself, saw this scene as if he had discovered an earth-shattering secret. The next moment, Qin Fengqing suddenly looked at Wang Jinyang with an eager expression. Wang Jinyang growled, Come, I'll kill you. His injuries were not too serious. At this moment, he was also not using the imperishable substance to heal his injuries. However, this Qin Fengqing fellow seemed to have some designs on him. He let it go after Fang Ping rubbed against him the last time. If Qin Fengqing dared to do so this time, he was prepared to kill him first. Qin Fengqing swallowed his saliva and moved his butt. Then, this fellow quickly moved to Li Hansong's side and hugged him from the other side. Li Hansong's body stiffened even more. Damn, these two shameless fellows. What did they take him for? For a moment, he didn't even want to heal himself. Qin Fengqing didn't care about this. The moment he hugged Li Hansong, he moaned happily. Damn, it feels so good. It felt so good. Tai, too, could actually use the imperishable substance to heal himself. He had only just found out. If he had known this would happen, he would not have waited for Fang Ping to come first. Not only Tai, too. Qin Fengqing stole a glance at Wang Jinyang. Old one could do it too. If there was a chance like this next time, he would definitely come and rub off the imperishable substance. This feeling, this taste, could not be more enjoyable. Just as Qin Fengqing was about to roar with joy, Li Hansong stopped healing his injuries not long after. Fang Ping gave Qin Fengqing an unfriendly look. This fellow's moans were worse than a pig's. Was it necessary? Look, he scared Tai too. His injuries had not even healed, and he stopped healing. However, Fang Ping looked at his flesh that had healed quite a bit and suddenly felt a little excited. If that was the case, even without the life essence and imperishable substance, he might not be unable to heal his injuries? Glancing at Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang, Fang Ping grinned. Both of you will get more injuries from now on. How can a martial artist not get hurt? Wang Jinyang ignored him. Li Hansong wanted to cry, but had no tears. Don't do this next time, okay? Don't say it. Qin Fengqing. This bastard's moans are so F***ing unpleasant. Qin Fengqing did not mind. He chuckled. Tai too, you're good. If you're hurt next time, you must call for me. Don't be shy, I'll take care of you. As he said that, Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping and said with some disdain, Imposter! Fang Ping's expression was ugly. He humphed. What do you know? Where's your imperishable substance? Fang Ping's gaze was ferocious. He glared at him. What do you know? At the peak, the imperishable substance no longer exists. It has transformed into another substance. My ability is too low. I can't revive it at all. I need to be at least rank 7 and above. You don't know anything. You only know how to talk nonsense. Qin Fengqing was a little suspicious. Li Hansong could not help but ask, Another substance? What is it? Fang Ping shook his head. I'm not sure. I don't remember. It's just a thought, but I know it's true. You guys can revive the imperishable substance. I can't. Just like how you guys can't revive the imperishable substance before rank 5. My requirements are higher. Is that so? Li Hansong pondered for a moment. I thought the imperishable substance was the only quality after rank 8. Of course not. Fang Ping coughed softly. All right, let's not talk about this. You guys have saved it for so many years. It should be quite a lot. It doesn't matter if it's consumed. Having said that, Fang Ping stood up. Let's go to Iris City. We're going just like that. Wang Jinyang glanced at him and asked, Aren't we going to cover it up? Fang Ping felt a little helpless. He needed to spend money. Energy shield. The 4 of them would cost 600 million in an hour. Aura simulation. That would cost 6 billion. This kind of expenditure was a headache. He glanced at his stats. Wealth, 112. 3 billion converted. Vitality, 7,000 calories, 7,085 calories. Mentality, 310 hertz, 933 hertz. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%. 29 bones, 90%. Storage space, 50 cubic meters plus. Energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute plus. Aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute plus. The ores that he dug at Half Moon Lake were not calculated for his wealth. It was probably because they exploded in the later stages, and he did not escape danger in the early stages. More than 100 billion seemed like a lot. If he really activated aura simulation continuously, it would be less than 20 hours. Fong Ping could not bear to waste so much. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping said, "Helping you guys hide your auras and change your auras is too costly. How about this? Qin Feng Qing, I'll help you change your auras. You carry Brother Wang. Brother Wang, don't use your vitality force. Pretend to be seriously injured and cover it up. I'll carry Iron Head. Both of us will hurry. This way the cost will be much lower. If he only helped Qin Feng Qing change his aura, the cost would be lower. It was only 60 million per hour. If Li Hansong and Wang Jinyang did not make a move, unless they encountered a high-rank powerhouse, they would not be able to sense their vitality force. Now, high-rank powerhouses were not everywhere. The front line was still in a war. Qin Feng Qing muttered. "Then why don't you let old Wang carry me?" Fong Ping glanced at him and said impatiently, "I asked you to carry a person, and you won't do it. Do you still want to freeload the imperishable substance in the future?" As soon as he said that, Qin Feng Qing had nothing to say. He immediately looked at Wang Jinyang and said, "Old Wang, come, I'll carry you. We're brothers, after all." Wang Jinyang sighed again. There was never a time when he entered the catacombs with these fellows. However, Fong Ping said that the price to pay was too high. He could not say anything more and accepted the suggestion. Fong Ping, on the other hand, carried Li Hansong on his back. As they walked, he turned around and said, "Iron Head, you can try to heal your injuries again. It's best if your injuries can recover completely. I think you're still lacking a little." Li Hansong did not want to speak. He pretended that he did not hear anything. As they walked toward Ira City, Fong Ping said, "Mount Royal Sea is more than 1,800 li away from here, right?" "Yes." Fong Ping's eyebrows twitched. He said in a low voice, "The strength of Absolute Peak is beyond imagination." "What's wrong?" Wang Jinyang was puzzled. "Didn't you guys hear it?" "Hear what?" Qin Feng Qing was curious now too. He continued, "Explosion." "No." Fong Ping said strangely, "Didn't you guys hear it earlier? There's a powerhouse in the catacombs who asked all the catacombs rank 9s to move out. Then there's a powerhouse who said to kill them all. Didn't you guys hear it?" The other 3 looked at each other and shook their heads. Fong Ping was puzzled now. He mumbled, "Did I hear it wrong?" Wang Jinyang hesitated. "You said it was the voice transmission of Absolute Peak powerhouses?" "I think so." "Then only those with strong mentality can hear it? Otherwise, voice transmission more than 1,800 li. This is almost impossible. However, if it's mentality spreading, it's possible." Fong Ping suddenly understood, but he was still a little shocked. Absolute Peak is too strong. The 2 people who spoke might not be in Tiannan's catacombs. According to the previous information, they were confronting each other at Mount Royal Sea. Even if it's just mentality spreading, more than 1,800 li. This is almost from Capital City to Magic City. Doesn't this mean that Magic City and Capital City's powerhouses can chat across half of Sino Nation? They don't even need to use their phones. Wang Jinyang did not know whether to laugh or cry. This guy's way of thinking was really strange. Even if Absolute Peak could do it, who would be so free to do such a thing? This kind of voice transmission from thousands of li away would probably cost them something. Although that was what he thought, Wang Jinyang said solemnly, "Indeed, it's a little scary." "Close to 2,000 li. According to what you said, if you can hear it, it means that mentality has spread to here. Compared to rank 9 powerhouses, the difference is too big." Mentality spreading to here did not mean that it could unleash its power. However, since it could spread so far, it meant that these powerhouses' mentality covered a huge area. Even if it shrunk by 100 times, did it not mean that within a radius of 20 li, everything would be under their mentality intimidation? How big was the area within a radius of 20 li? With a radius of 10 kilometers, that would be hundreds of square kilometers. If this was the range of their mentality intimidation, then under these people's outburst, Magic City's urban area would almost be within their coverage area. With one burst of pressure, Magic City's urban area would be finished. This was just a burst of pressure. Just thinking about it made the few of them shudder. Every burst of pressure could destroy a city. Was this really something that martial artists could do? Although rank 9 martial artists were also very strong, even rank 8 martial artists dared to say that they could destroy a city that needed time, and it required massacres everywhere. Compared to the other peerless powerhouses, they could directly complete the magnificent feat of slaughtering a city with just a casual outburst. And this was just a few people's guess. Maybe the other party was even stronger. Fong Ping thought about this, shook his head, and said, "No matter how strong they are, they're just decorations anyway. If they really wanted to fight, they would have done it long ago. At their level, the probability of them fighting is not high. These peerless powerhouses were just like what Jiang Chao and the others said. You scare me, I scare you. Anyway, it was just scaring each other. The chances of them actually fighting each other were extremely rare. The few of them stopped talking about this and began to hurry on with their journey. Iris City was still quite far away from here. More than 5 hours later, Fong Ping caught up with the fleeing team from before. When they saw Fong Ping's arrival, everyone in the team was extremely excited. The old man in the lead hurriedly thanked him again, saying with great gratitude, "Sir, are you going to Iris City to settle down too?" With a powerhouse like Fong Ping following them, it meant that they would be much safer. At this moment, they were still more than 100 li away from Iris City. Although the sky was not dark yet, it was still very dangerous in the wilderness. Yes, these are a few of my colleagues. They're also from the Rose Army. Fong Ping began to chat with them, asking for some information at the same time. Now that he knew which team the old man's son belonged to, it would not be good if there was a conflict later. Of course, Fong Ping felt that it was more likely that they would directly kidnap the other party's son. Where would they have the time to slowly get close to them and ask for information? The fleeing team was also made up of martial artists. Almost all the non-martial artists had died when the royal city exploded. Although this team was not strong, there was still a rank for martial artist. The rest were all rank 2 and 3 martial artists. More than 100 li was not considered too far for them. Qin Fengqin and the others did not say much. They just watched Fong Ping chat with these people. The few of them were filled with emotion. This guy was the main culprit behind the royal city's explosion. Now, these people were almost treating him like a father. Did this count as acknowledging a thief as a father? They walked and chatted. In less than 2 hours, Iris City was right in front of them. At this moment, it was not only this team. Outside Iris City, some other fleeing teams had also rushed over. However, Iris City was not open to the public. These fleeing people were all waiting outside the city. Fong Ping glanced at them. He did not dare to get too close. There were still 2 fellows who had not concealed their auras. Fong Ping also tried it on the way. He helped the 2 of them activate their energy shields and found that it was feasible. Both of them activated their auras and activated their energy shields. The consumption was very small. It was only 120 million wealth points per hour. Fong Ping also found a loophole in the system. As long as Old Wang and Ironhead pretended to be seriously injured, they would not be exposed as long as they did not encounter high ranks. When they were outside the city, the old man and the team had also gone to communicate with the armored soldiers guarding the city gate. He was probably looking for his son. Fong Ping was not in a hurry. He mingled with the others and continued to chat for a while. Not long after, the old man walked over with a middle-aged martial artist. The middle-aged martial artist was also wearing Rose City's armor. When he saw Fong Ping and the others, the middle-aged martial artist hurriedly said, "Thank you for saving us, sir. Thanks to your rescue, my father could arrive at Iris City safely." The middle-aged martial artist was very polite. He was also a rank 5 martial artist, but only at early stage rank 5. As for Fong Ping and Qin Fengqin, Fong Ping displayed peak rank 5 aura. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, was middle stage rank 5. Both of them were stronger than him. In addition, they were carrying 2 people. In the catacombs, powerhouses would not carry weaklings unless they were family members. Obviously, the remaining 2 people were not weak either. Fong Ping and the others looked young. However, when martial artists reached middle ranks, they would slow down their aging. The man did not think much of it. Rose City was very big. There were tens of thousands of guards. They were divided into several armies. It was normal that they were not familiar with each other. He still knew some rank 6 generals. There were also many rank 5 martial artists in the guards. They were not from the same army. It was not surprising that he had not met them before. Seeing this person constantly thanking him, Fong Ping laughed and responded. Wang Jinyang and the other 2 mourned for these people for 3 seconds again. After chatting for a while, Fong Ping said, "Brother Wusu, can we find a place to talk? Now that Royal City has been destroyed, we have nowhere to go. I would like to understand the situation and see if we can stay in Iris City." The man was very understanding. He said in a somewhat complicated tone, "Yes, we did not expect that not long after we left Royal City would actually sigh." After sighing for a while, the man did not think much of it. He walked with Fong Ping and the others to a secluded place outside the city and began to chat. These people were stronger than him. Now that Royal City had been destroyed, as the survivors of Rose City, they might have to rely on more in the future. The fellow who called himself Wu Su did not hide anything from Fong Ping's inquiry. Now that Rose City was gone, some secrets were no longer secrets. They had all become a thing of the past. According to Wu Su, they had arrived at Iris City more than a month ago. He was not alone. It was a team of 100 people. Moreover, they were indeed escorting people to Iris City. We are the 3rd batch. The first 2 batches have already gone to the Bounded Zone. At the Bounded Zone, the first batch of land of rebirth martial artists brought away by the restricted area powerhouses were all dead or injured. Later on, news came from there that there were not enough resurrected martial artists. So Commander Qinghong led a team to send the second batch of land of rebirth martial artists. In the end, it was still not enough. So we sent all the remaining resurrected martial artists to the Bounded Zone. After arriving at Iris City, we don't have to follow anymore. The people of Iris City and General Qingshi will escort those people to the Bounded Zone together. Wu Su gave a simple explanation. Fong Ping and the others' expressions did not change, but their hearts were in turmoil. Went to the Bounded Zone. Why did they want to bring human martial artists to the Bounded Zone? Moreover, there were indeed human martial artists who were still alive. Although Fong Ping did not ask about the exact number, since they were divided into 3 batches, it was probably not a small number. Just as Fong Ping and the others wanted to know more, Wu Su did not talk about this anymore. Instead, he talked about Iris City. He even specially introduced the division of forces in Iris City to Fong Ping, as well as some forces that were on good terms with Iris City these few days. It seemed like he wanted Fong Ping and the others to rely on the other party. At this moment, Fong Ping did not have the mood to care about this. After listening for a while, Fong Ping asked hurriedly, "Brother Wu Su, does this mean that Commander Qinghong and the others are still in the Bounded Zone?" Wu Su nodded. "They haven't returned yet." Seeing Fong Ping's hesitation, Wu Su said softly, "Sir, the Bounded Zone is full of danger. Even Commander Qinghong might not be able to return safely. Now that Royal City has been destroyed, I'm afraid the king and the tutelary will not have the mood to care about people like us. The Lord Commander also looks down on us. We don't even know if Royal City can be rebuilt. Since we've come to Iris City, we might as well settle down now." Wang Jinyang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly opened his mouth. "How many of the land of rebirth martial artists are still alive?" As soon as he said this, Wu Su gave him a strange look. After a while, he said, "There are a total of 3 batches of people. The first 2 batches are probably all dead. The third batch that we escorted had 7 people. I'm afraid they're all dead now. Sir, you're asking about this. Wang Jinyang did not speak again. Instead, he took out a portrait from his chest, unfolded it, and asked, "Is this person inside?" Wu Su took a look at the portrait, then at Fang Ping and the others. His expression was slightly different. To make it easier to find people, Wang Jinyang brought along Zhang Qingnan's portrait, including Shin Quan's. Of course, it was not a photograph, but a portrait that was drawn by someone. Even so, there were very few catacombs martial artists who would carry a portrait of a land of rebirth martial artist with them. Wu Su glanced at them, his gaze changing slightly. His body moved slightly. Wu Su paused before saying, Seems a little familiar, but I've never seen this batch of people that we're escorting. They might be among the first batch that was taken away. The restricted zone powerhouses took away a few warrior-level martial artists first. After that, Commander Qing Hong took away all the level 4 and level 5 martial artists. We're only escorting a few level 3 martial artists. This person is not among them. Warlord, Fang Ping glanced at Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang did not say anything. Zhang Qingnan was originally a peak rank 5 martial artist. Perhaps during the time when the passageway was closed, he had activated his Sanjiao Gate and achieved rank 6. It was not impossible. However, according to Wu Su, the first batch that was taken away was probably all dead. Thinking of this, Wang Jinyang's gaze dimmed slightly. Previously, when he heard that a batch of human martial artists had been escorted away, Wang Jinyang was still rather expectant. But now, the first 2 batches of people were probably all dead. This made Wang Jinyang a little disappointed. He had been given hope, but now his hope had been shattered. Are you sure that this person is among the first batch that was taken away? Fang Ping asked again. Wu Su's expression changed slightly. He swallowed his saliva, glanced at the city gate not far away from him, and said in a low voice, "I'm not too sure. After all, we're only responsible for escorting the 3rd batch of people. Before this, these people have always been under guard in the palace. Is that so?" Before Fang Ping's voice died away, his mentality erupted instantly. Wu Su was only an early-stage rank 5 martial artist. How could he withstand this? His gaze instantly became dull. Fang Ping pursed his lips. This fellow still wanted to pretend. Ever since old Wang took out the portrait, this fellow probably had some suspicions. He could not be bothered to play dumb anymore. Fang Ping helped Wu Su up, smiled at the refugees in the distance, and said in a clear voice, "Sir, Brother Wu Su and I are going to welcome the other guards. We'll come back later to settle everyone down." Upon hearing that they were going to welcome the other members of the Rose Army, Wu Su's father did not suspect anything. He hurriedly said loudly, "Sir, you can go by yourself." Fang Ping smiled, put his hand on Wu Su's shoulder, and started walking into the distance. As for Iris City, Fang Ping decided to give it up for now. No, he had never intended to blow up the city, so there was no need to talk about giving up. However, this Wu Su, he could ask more questions. His father was still here. Fang Ping felt that using the threat of killing his father might be of some use. He actually went to the bounded domain. This is a little troublesome. Fang Ping sighed softly in his heart. He could not help but glare at Qin Fengqing beside him. This fellow, as soon as he came in, he said that he wanted to go to the bounded domain. Jinx! Now, the person might be in the bounded domain. Could it be that the few of them were really going there? It was very dangerous. Qin Fengqing looked innocent. I was just saying I might not really go. Why are you looking at me? However, if the person really went to the bounded domain, would Fang Ping go there? Previously, he said that he wanted to go, but Fang Ping ignored him. He could not do anything about it.